You're fucking warned. Don't ever go over my fucking head again. You motherfucker, you.
Yeah. Dad is moving a little slow today. He got his drink on last night at the fucking football game. He got day drunk and just kept going.
What is up, everybody? How we doing today? Oh, yeah, we're plastering on that fake smile and plowing through this shit because Daddy had some drinks. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. Vincent giving a sub to the Green Street Hooligan. Hell yes. Thank you. I am now officially English, and I have embraced the alcoholic culture as is tradition. Yes. Yes, indeed. It would be a shame if someone annoyed you with burps for... Nope. No. I'm good. I'm good for that. I'm good. I mean, here. I feel okay. I'm just moving a little slower because I started drinking at like 3:30 and just kept my buzz going and kept drinking until like 10 p.m. So yeah, just a nice 7-hour stint of drinking. Isn't that what sports ball is all about? That's what sports ball is all about, right? About drinking your face off and like moments of like, hey, yay! So I went and watched my first football match yesterday. My first full football match. Like from beginning to end, I watched the entire match. And by watched, I mean I would watch it for like periods of like 10, 50 minutes. And thankfully, this was a high scoring game. It was a high scoring game. 4-2. There were 6 goals scored. It's crazy. That was an awesome game. But still, it's 90 minutes of just like, passing it up, passing it back, passing it back, passing it up, get it past the midfield, goes back to the other way. For a lot of it. But this was a good game. This, like, as far as like other games that I've watched snippets of, it was actually more exciting. However, I was hoping that there would be singing in the bar. I was really hoping that people would be like singing like England songs. And no, they did not. There were just a couple of football fans, English football fans singing like, they would sing England, England. I don't know to what tune they were singing it because they were not really on key. But they were going, England, England. And I was like, yay. Yeah. England, England, England. There it is. Comfort bubbles in my mouth. Exactly. Well, I mean, it is an Irish pub, but it was a place that we could watch it. They were showing the games. So we went there, and I also had my very first Scotch egg. I didn't know, like, I heard Katie and Max and those guys talk about a Scotch egg before, but I never had one. And I had one, and they are so good. They are so delicious. I had no idea. Yeah, I was scared of it. I thought it was going to be like, when I hear the term Scotch egg, I don't know what I pictured, but I like in my head, I'm like, I've had a 100-year egg from like China or Japan. I don't know where they specialize those. And those are gross. They're fucking terrible because they're aged to like rotting, whatever. But it's just a hard-boiled egg wrapped in sausage. Holy shit. Why didn't anybody tell me what it was? It's so good. It was so good. I want to make those every night. So delicious. And Catter, thank you for the 11 months. There you go. Millennium egg. That's what I was thinking of. Did it make your farts nuclear? No. No. I tried to get you on a Ren Fair that sold out. Yes. Katie said that. Katie is quick to bring up how shit the Colorado Ren Fair is compared to the other Ren Fair she's gone to. And I was like, I'm having fun. She's like, this is shit. I'm like, really? Maybe I haven't. This is the only Ren Fair I've been to, so I liked it. But she's been to the Maryland Ren Fair, and now she's been to the Austin Ren Fair. One of them, apparently there's like 4 of them that go on per year. And she's just like, yeah, that's what Ren Fair is supposed to be. I'm like, okay, sure. So we're gonna go at some point, find out what a real Ren Fair is supposed to be. It's a month of nightly orgies, I hear. That's a Ren Fair I want to be a part of, for sure. And I do have an iron butthole. Years of eating spicy and gross things have turned my butthole into like a ring of iron. You're not wrong. Scott's, however, it just tore his beehole apart. His beehole is like you ever had calamari? That's not cooked very well. That's what his beehole looks like. His beehole looks like a yawning hippo. Jesus Christ. What a fucking image that is. Oh, that's hilarious. I love it. A yawning hippo. That's great. That's great. So we went to this Irish pub and we sat down and we watched, we drank and ate Scotch eggs and had spiced potatoes, whatever those are. And lots of beers, few shots, and watched the England match versus Croatia. And it was fun. It was actually a really fun time. But apparently, Zeke, you gonna give each game an hour this time? Man, fuck no. No, I don't think I've given a game an hour yet. I think the longest I've given a game is, let's see. I know there's a 50-minute one. Let's see, 7 minutes, 52 minutes. I think is the longest one I've given. There was a 44-minute one in there. $51 minutes is another one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, most of the demos don't even last an hour. But also, like, I play them until I get the idea of what the game is. Like, if it's like that word game, I played for 10 minutes, I'm like, I get it. I could play that for hours, but it doesn't seem like I'm showing anything new. It's like, that's the game. Or I play it until, like, I don't like it. Or I find out if I like it or I don't. So, and yeah, I have 100 plus games. I have, the new count is, let's see, 92 plus 41, 133. I have 133 games.
Uses a Christian computer. Jesus is hacking with me. Jesus, take the keyboard.
Take the keyboard. The way he says that.
I have a B-Day question for the expert. I'm getting one. But should I get the one with warm water? Or is the normal one good enough?
Thank you, JLC. What? I have a bidet question for the expert. I'm getting one, but... Oh, the warm water or the normal? Well, a lot of people like the warm water. It doesn't... The cold water doesn't bother me. We do the cold water ones here, and I have no complaints about it. But if you want to opt for that, it's a little bit more expensive. But if it's a luxury, you
Eat my asshole.
think we'll eat your asshole? Yeah. And I like the cold too. The cold goes, psh, it gives you a little like, woo, gives you a little jump, like, wow, yeah. It's nice. They have non-electrical warm water bidets around $100, do they now? Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. How do they heat the water up? Oh, you have to actually like. Now, Scott, here's my question. If it's non-electrical, like how does it like heat the water up? Like when I turn on my hot water faucet in my bathroom, it still takes a little bit of time for the water to get hot. Or if I turn the shower, same thing. Like it takes a little bit of time. That's what I'm asking. Like you connect it to your sink, but it still takes a minute to get it warm, doesn't it? Yeah, you got to wait, which kind of defeats the purpose, in my opinion, and Mr. Mister's opinion. Oh, you have to run the sink first. So you run the sink. That's actually not a bad idea. You turn on the sink first. It kind of depends on the water heater, but I let mine run on low for a couple of seconds just to get the water going, and then it's warm. Okay, that's a good idea. Yeah, there you go. There's your solution. I don't mind the cold water though. It kind of wakes me up, and I like it. I just like full blast it. So I'm like, I poop and then I go, and I'm like, ah! It's like a fucking ride, like a fair ride, like, yee! It's great.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby. That's right. Orange Willie, thank you for the 300 bids. Yes, the footy was a good game for the impartial. Yes. I wanted to tell you guys, like, while I was at the football match yesterday, after it was over, we stayed for a few drinks. We got to know some Brits, some other Brits that are transplants from, I don't remember, Surrey, Essex, Sussex, one of those places. Birmingham, I don't know. But they were sitting there, we were talking and blah, blah, blah. And that is the sound of my bidet. Thank you, Paler. And I see you, Frick Loki, adding a new soundbite. I will get to that in just a second. But we stayed for a little while. We got to chatting and stuff after the match and got a little drunk. And I went out to because we were on the patio, and I went out to the main bar to go get another drink or something. And I don't know what happened, but I made a noise. I made a loud noise on like the door or the window. I don't know if I bumped it or I just was too forceful with it or something like that. I wasn't angry or anything, but the bartender like heard it, and then he looked at me, and I'm not kidding you. He comes over to me and he goes, outside. And I'm like, oh, that was a total accident. He goes, outside. Like, okay. So I went outside with him, and he goes, 5 minutes. You stay out here for 5 minutes, and then you can come back inside. And I was like, you're giving me a timeout? Okay, fair, dude. Totally fair. So I got my phone out, and I went, boop, and I hit the timer, the stopwatch, and I just sat out there for 5 minutes. Seriously, he fucking penalty boxed me. I'm sitting outside in the parking lot going, all right, that's 3 minutes. 4 minutes. And then I finally got to 5 minutes and was like, boop. And I went back in, and the bartender was there, and I showed him like my phone, like, there's 5 minutes. And he goes, okay. And that was it. I was like, that is a strangely like effective idea, I think. Like you tell someone they can't come back in for 5 minutes. They're either going to be fuming and they're going to just like, make themselves banned for the day or whatever. Or they do what I did and just wait the 5 minutes and go, that was weird. And then go back in. So that's exactly what I did. I stood in the parking lot in timeout for 5 minutes at an Irish pub. It was great, dude. I was like, that's neat. That's a neat idea. Okay, I'll take it. Congrats for not smoking too. Katie said everyone kept operating smokes. They did. This bar had a smoking section. And we were sitting out on the patio. And they're like, hey, do you want a cigarette? Like a few people were asking me if I want a cigarette. I'm like, nah, I'm good. Was I tempted? Very little. I mean, it's been a year now. It's been a year since I've had a cigarette, so I'm pretty used to being around smokers and smoking and not really being tempted. But like I saw it, I'm like, oh man, I remember this, you know, sitting out on the patio, like chatting over a smoke, like that was great. But nope, didn't have one. I was in a bar once and was absentmindedly playing with the blind on the window. All of a sudden, the DJ killed the music and said over the mic, stop messing with the blinds. That's great. That's great. Yo, Vincent gifting a sub to Proud of You. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Does it smell bad to you now, like non-smokers, or does it smell good? Oh, I still love the smell of cigarettes. I mean, I don't want to be in it. Here, let me put it this way. I love the smell of, or I like the smell of a fresh cigarette in a open environment. Like, if you're a weed smoker and you smell weed, you're like, oh, that's a nice smell, you know? But I don't want to be in like a dank smoker's closet like they used to have, like the smoking section. Like that's like tons of old cigarettes. Like, no, that stinks. And that stunk when I was a smoker. But like, you're outside at like a, I don't know, convention or something like that, and you smell someone like light up a smoke and take a puff, you're like, yeah. It doesn't smell bad to me. But it's not super tempting. I quit smoking 20 years ago and it still smells good. Yeah, same. That's what I'm saying. I've never, but then again, even before I was a smoker, I never hated the smell of cigarettes because my mom smoked. So I guess there's probably that. I mean, that's the reason, I would imagine. All right, let me add this new soundbite for you, Mr. Loki, Mr. Frick Loki. It's annoying when I'm sitting at a bus stop and smoke in my eyes and clothes and smell like cigarette. I hate discourteous smokers. I was never a discourteous smoker. I try to always distance myself from other people when I'm smoking. I mean, if there's not a smoking section, I try to make sure there's absolutely no one around me because I know people hate that shit. So I tried to be a conscientious smoker when I was one. Let's see. We got a new soundbite for Frick Loki. What are we getting rid of? Oh no!
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick.
Friends to know.
My nice friend from down the street. All right. I don't know, man. I think it's got to go. It's got to go, right? Have we skipped over it once? We're vetoing it? Well, then it's this one.
Hey, it's me, it's Omelette Man.
All right, we're skipping over once. All right. Omelette Man is gone then. Because we can't skip over two of them. So Omelette Man is gone. I didn't know how loud that was. Okay. Let's try it again. A little bit quieter this time. Okay, there we go. With this.
Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
There you go. There's your new soundbite. That's an oldie but a goodie. We love ourselves some Bo. Like that song. All right. That is going to be A1 now. A1. Get your hands up. Get your fucking hands up. There we go. All right, it's up on the big board. A1. It has taken over the slot for Omelet Man. I'm so sorry for those of you who like it, but you decided to keep reading Rainbow instead, so can't keep vetoing every one of them. Gotta have a fucking rotation. All right, that's it for the business. You ready to get to the, or that's it for that business, I guess. New business, old business, whatever. Time to get to some new business, which is demos, because we have a fucking lot. We added some more. I added some more to the list. I don't know how many we had. I think we had 134 yesterday. We have pared that list down to 133. So we played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We played 7 games yesterday, and now we're down to 133. Yeah, because people keep suggesting games, so what are you going to do? Not play them or not put them on the list? That's unfair. We have to put them on the list. Okay, so we're going to roll on the A side first. 1D92. Let's get it. Roll 1D92. And 53. 53 is it? And that is going to be Order of the Sinking Star. Now, I've heard about this. I heard it was good. Okay. Order of the Sinking Star. Let's get that downloaded. Download. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I heard JP play this a little bit. Okay. Please tell shift up. Yeah, if you have a game you want to suggest, put it in my Discord. That's where I get all the game suggestions, and I add every one of them.
I'm here to tell you more about our new game, Order of the Sinking Star,
God damn it.
coming out later this year.
What happened?
It's a huge
Why is that
puzzle
here?
adventure where you explore a big overworld.
What was
and
this?
Drop down into different sub-games. I say sub-games because it starts
There we
out
go.
as an anthology of 4 different games.
There we go.
First, the Heroes of Halling, a band of fantasy heroes who started a moving company and ran into trouble.
Order of the
Warrior, thief,
Sinking
wizard, bard,
Star.
cleric,
Okay.
and druid, all of whom have different puzzle powers.
Oh, it's a
In
puzzle
another
game.
the
Okay, of
Mirror
course it
Isle,
is. It's by
a
the guy who
wealthy
did Braid and the
trader is
Witness, right?
navigating
Yeah.
this archipelago where, in a blink,
Okay. From director Jonathan Blow, who's Braid and the Witness, Order of the Sinking Star is a massive puzzle adventure set in a realm of magic and enigma. Solve over 1,000 interconnected handcrafted puzzles, discover unique playable heroes, master evolving gameplay mechanics, and decipher a grand mystery. Developed by Thekla Inc., published by Arc Games, set to be coming out soon. TM. So, here we go. Just a reminder, if you add a game, it does not mean you will be played. It has to be randomly chosen and not vetoed. Yes, that is true. That is true. It has to be has to be a game that I think I'll like. There's a few games, few genres that I'm not really keen on. Like, you know, if it's an RTS, I probably won't play it. So on. We're working hard to finish full game. Voices for many characters have been recorded, but others not done yet. Chose temporary computer generated voices or no clankers. Silent voice, but subtitles are displayed. That's interesting. Okay, sure.
Is this the afterlife?
Jack Hayes? Conroe? Are you here? Any loyalist? Are you here?
Okay.
Foreign script, but I understand it somehow.
Mr. Quigley, the Dorstead has closed sooner than expected, so I'm on my own for the time being. I trust all is correct on your end and you'll reopen when you can manage. Meanwhile, I'm going to look around. I'll leave a trail of beacons should you send someone after, and do my best to leave useful information in case of my disappearance or expiry. I'm standing
Expiry, that's how you say that? I thought I was pronouncing expiry.
The decor is very strange. The stylings don't look like any culture I know. So this may indeed be a completely other world. Even if I'm wrong, we've certainly managed to fling me much further than is possible with a mundane Dorstead, so rest assured that I consider my life's work a success, regardless of what happens to me going forward. These chambers were made for a large gathering, but they're empty. Still, I feel as though I'm being watched. The surfaces are spotless. No dust. Is it actively being cleaned? I'll press forward. You'll hear from me again, God willing.
Okay. Forged from the mist by the order of the Sinking Star, Static Lila Brigade.
Not too heavenly, this.
69, dude. Nice. Okay. I suppose I'll take a picture of that. 69104. Like map coordinates. You may proceed through the introduction. Okay. You can push a rock. Baba is push. Baba is rock. Z to undo and get back to a solvable state. Okay. I just saw that there's kind of the sign back there. I just wondering if I could read it, but it doesn't look like I can.
Hosts of this place, show yourselves. Your guest demands it.
2 rocks are too many for you. Is this accurate? Ezekiel III is wrapping up a football match hangover stories, including 5-minute bartender timeout before diving into 133 game demo backlog. Sure. That is, yes. That sounds right. Sounds good. Yep. I'm moving slow. But I'm here and I'm having fun. Also, I'm going to play this with a controller. I'm not. Okay, yeah. I am going to play the controller.
You who call yourselves Sinking Star, if you want to help me, send me back to my men.
Nice. Okay. Oh, that was an AI summary. I've only seen that on Smoke's stream. Oh. Wow. Yeah. Pretty accurate. Pretty accurate. What? No. Oh. Oh, hold Y until you're back where you were. Ah, right. Okay. That is a checkpoint.
Quigley, it's very strange. There are plaques with text in an unknown language, glyphs that don't look like our writing at all, but I just know what they mean. This feels completely natural. There's no slightest impression that I should not understand these squiggles. The signs make clear that they constructed this place for strangers to find, which explains why these parameters made such a big bump in the sounding outs. They are advertising this place. There's something ahead. I don't know where it'll take me, but of course I'm going through. Ever onward, ever forward.
Instruct me, for thou knowest, thou from the first was present, and with mighty wings outspread, dove-like sat'st brooding on the vast abyss, and madest it pregnant. What in me is dark, illumine. What is low, raise and support, that to the height of this great argument I may assert eternal providence and justify the ways of God to men.
I always liked stuff like Talos Principle, The Witness, where they inject like weird, deep philosophical ideas in a fairly straightforward puzzly game. To follow knowledge is like a sinking star. Beyond the utmost bounds of human thought.
Foreign transport, please take me home.
I've scouted the area quite a bit, and there's a lot happening here, and I don't yet understand it all. You'll have to see for yourself. I've found it best to make progress in the north and the east. Avoid the west until you are ready for a serious challenge.
Ha! Hardy Heroes Hauling. Okay.
These fortifications look stalwart enough, though I had thought thus about my own walls.
Oh. Oh, okay.
I've never seen bars just dissolve like that. When we catch this guy, I'm gonna give him a big piece of my mind.
Big piece of my ass.
Hard. This place is so huge. How am I gonna find the others? Tiff? Isidore! Seems I'm on my own for now. Let's go.
No.
one of these. Now stay out of my way, you stupid energy. So much energy needed to keep these gates going. Why? In such an empty place. Magistrate Raynor felt slimy to me from the beginning. I should have said something, but we needed the job. Tiff should see this hall. It's so bright and shiny. I hope that girl's okay.
Liam, like, you said it, yes, it's Illidan. Who's Illidan?
Isidore! Valens! Oh, seems
Oh, what,
I'm on my
I
own
guess,
for now.
what is
I
Illidan?
don't know how far I can get alone.
Oh, Critical Role. Oh, right. That's right. You guys said that already. You said this is a bunch of... I don't watch Critical Role, so... What is she doing to that stone? Oh, yeah. Oh, she can pull things. Ah. There. God damn it. That's not gonna be a problem.
Sometimes I feel like I'm being watched. It's creepy, but maybe a little nice? Someone cares about me. Oh, someone creepy cares about me.
Oh, I can't, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, the footy match was great. We had a blast.
Odd shape and chords. The architect must be a slight deranged. Wouldn't mind to know him. Come along, Crystal friend. We've somewhere you need to go.
It. Nope.
be back for you. Don't worry.
That was cool. Ham and Rye with 36 months. Thank you, Ham and Rye.
Sad. Oh, but they're so beautiful and shiny too. I love them.
Nope. God damn it. I'm so sticky. Why am I so sticky?
Whoever you are, hold tight. We'll pull you out of this.
Yep, she can only pull. That is her wrinkle. We're learning all the characters. Well,
Still
some
don't
of them.
understand how I got out of there. Some kind of intervention from afar? First I'll find the others.
Okay, so this guy
At least the
transposes
magistrate went
himself.
crazy before the job. If we'd moved all these crystals out, I'd have naught to work with now.
Damn it! So if you look at it, you trade spots with it. If you can
Tiff,
see
where
it,
are you?
line of sight, you trade spots with it.
Arrayed like an improvised gallery or trophy room, a variety of colors. He really likes colors?
Okay, so that is, I can't go to that. Okay, hold on a goddamn minute. If I can't get this one, like through here. Oh. Nope.
Strangely cut, they felt lifelike.
There we
almost
go.
Possessed. Tiffin Valence can't be far. I was in prison but a few hours. I'll find the magistrate. He'll explain himself.
Nope, damn it. Oh. That middle guy. How am I going to get that middle guy in there? Yo, Zuckerheim with the 16. Thank you, Zuckerheim. Huh. Yeah, if the wizard could walk backwards, that would be great. But I don't know that he can. How can I get one into there? God damn it. God damn it. Fucking bastard. Stop it. Yeah, I'm still accepting demo suggestions in Discord. It just makes the list longer. But yeah, absolutely. I'll put them all in there. How the fuck? Oh, okay. I think I got it. Wait. Yep, okay. Nope. That plan of action is not going to work. Yeah, I can't move through that. It seems like no matter what I do, no matter where I put a crystal on this line, because it has to be on this line, no matter where I put it, like I'll have to turn and face it. Oh. Jesus Christ, dude. I don't know how I was making that so... No. There we go.
That magistrate.
Good Lord,
was
man.
so
That was
professional.
easier
And
than
he
I thought, than
so
I was making
incredibly
it.
Rude.
Heroes of Hauling.
Valens! Finally!
Viserast with 100
I am glad you came
months!
along. It seems I can't get out my way.
You
I
did
can't
it!
get out my way either.
We'll figure it out.
Well, we always do.
Viserast, tell me your 100-month game, and we'll get up on the list. Give me a whisper with your 100-monther, your request and dedication, and preferably a day of the week, because it's looking like November is going to be 100-month month, where I will be tackling a bunch of 100-month games. The red guy can push he can push as many crystals in a row as he wants. The wizard just swaps places with them.
Take a look.
Thank you, Lore C with 122. Oh my God, he swapped spots with that guy too, huh? Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Let's go get that stupid magistrate.
Let's go get that stupid magistrate. And find Tiff.
Tiff! Are you alright?
Of course. Shush, we've got to catch the magistrate. Where's Izzy?
He went the other way looking for you.
Well, let's find him. Which other way?
Yeah. There are a lot of other ways in here. Even when we find Izzy again, then what? We just leave? No harm done?
I know where that magistrate's going. We've got to catch up.
Okay. Well, we did veto pass, so might as well start using it. Read me a rainbow, you bet. You got it, buddy. I can go anywhere. Suck my dick!
Friends to know.
Matthew. There you go. Oh.
We just need to keep headed east.
Oh. Okay. How do you know that?
When he locked us up, he was dressed for travel. And about his neck,
You were eyeing his jewelry, of course.
in addition to the necklaces he wore the other day when he hired us, a new distinctive leather cord.
Oh, key for a locker? Locker in... Let's go get that stupid magistrate.
Yeah, let's do it!
I mean, he's not stupid, though.
I mean, we don't like him.
Everyone has redeeming qualities, though.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Is there a channel points about to get a soundbite where Zeke doesn't sing over it?
Echoey, lonely place. Then
Man,
head
fuck
to
you,
the
Bahamut.
passengers'
I'm already hanging by a thread. I'm hungover.
Oh, that's
Leave me
where
be.
we're going?
Didn't I say? Oh, I did now, I guess.
Oh, well, I'm trapped in there, man. There we go. Oh, god damn it! I didn't know she pulls him, of course. God damn it. This is fucking jarring. Nope. No. Thank you. Oh, shit. Oh, she's dead. I didn't know that I could telefragged her, I guess. Whoops. Wait, aren't you done? No, I'm not. Because in order to get her through to the other side, I've got to... Yeah, I gotta swap places with her. There we go. There.
We still work well together.
That we do.
No,
We
because
were
she would
just
drag
giving
the thing
Tally
off
for
of
the
the if she
move,
went in
as
first.
we'd agreed, and Slammo, he jails us. I still don't understand.
It would have been a far bigger move than he told me at the banquet. Did he think we were exaggerating? Trying to overbill?
Bit of an overreaction.
Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa.
He had his guards seize us. Tiff didn't seem surprised.
Come to think, did she look a bit sheepish to you?
More than sheepish. Guilty-ish. Who ever heard of a castle full of man-sized crystals anyway?
There we go.
Isn't this whole thing extremely weird?
It's super weird. All right. That's a great little puzzle game. I love it. I love it. It was real fun. Go check it out. Order the Sinking Star demo. If you like puzzle games. And you're not like... and you don't know who the dev of this game is, it's probably for the best. There you go. That was Order the Sinking Star. Next one, we're going to roll on the B-sides, which is 41 now. Okay. Roll 1d41. 28. Let's see. Out fishing. This one looks weird. Looks weird, but looks good. I hope. Out fishing. There it is. Yeah. Fish, sell, upgrade your gear. Build your camp in this first-person horror fishing game. Explore a haunted forest and uncover clues about a forgotten disappearance near the lake. But return before nightfall as danger lurks beneath the water. All right, let's do that. Out fishing. It's our second weird horror-like fishing game. Yeah, they're hot this year. This one was developed by Moon Games, published by Unicat Label. And it's coming soon. Let's do it. Yeah, maybe a first-person dredge. I wouldn't be mad at that. If it was a first-person dredge, I'd be cool with that. I liked I like dredge. It's really good. All right, what are my settings here? Subtitles, yes. Subtitles, large. Metric units are fine. Good. Fine. All right, cool. What has been my favorite demo so far? I mean, there's a few that it's weird to say which one's my favorite because they're so all over the map as far as genre goes, but I'll go through them and
Returns from the depths.
do a little catch up on the ones I liked.
Unchanged.
May 1994, Salem, Oregon.
That's how it all started. After years in this place, I was being kicked out. Work slipped through my fingers, and so did the rent.
I have no legs! Where are my fucking legs?
During the day, kept waking up in cold sweats at night.
This is fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Hey, the party bus is
I didn't know
here.
nowhere else to go, so I just drove.
In Billings, we called it the Tipsy Trolley. They outfitted an old trolley with, like, you know, wheels and tires and, you know, a bar that you could, like, bar hop in an old trolley.
One last stop.
Oh, drink coffee. The Venga boys are coming and everybody's jumping.
Me out here.
Damn fine coffee. And hot.
Huh?
Drink more coffee.
What?
So I can't move, by the way, guys.
I guess I'm more tired than I thought. Better stay off the road for now. Let's see if this place is really abandoned.
Frame rate, a little shaky. That's okay, we're loading something in. I'll forgive you. Also, it's a demo.
I guess no one's been here for years. Even the lock's rotting away. If I throw something at it, it should snap.
Oh, okay. Some rocks can be picked up off the ground. Look for the ones that highlight when aimed at. Fuck, I am strong. Do you see me flip that shit around like a basketball? Warning the general public, persons entering the site will be trespassing and may be exposing themselves to danger. Okay. Strictly no fishing. Well, that's terrible in a game that is about fishing.
Almost like I remember, but quieter. I used to come here as a kid, before they sealed the place off for undisclosed reasons. Doesn't matter. I'm just here to fish, stay off radar for a while. I hope that old cabin's still standing. I could use a place to crash. Home sweet home, I guess.
Jesus. I went from one shithole to another. Great. Yeah, I hate it when sprint depletes outside of combat. I think that's... I don't know why you would do that.
It's a good day to make some cash.
Yep, better get some fish. I like this blurry picture of my girlfriend? Niece? You know my name. Massachusetts Fishing Derby, biggest catch of the day.
Back in my hands. I need to find my journal and my fishing rod first.
Well, I got the fishing rod.
There it is. Alright, let's see if these fish are worth something.
Oh, I'm going fishing with no beer? Is it really even fishing? Oh, I have $0, so. Oh, for the fish? Yeah. I can't even catch a buzz on this fishing trip. Terrible.
Yeah, it's a good thing I kept this fat worm around.
And this bait, because I was talking about my penis. Different areas of the lake host different species, each with their own rarity and attributes. Explore the shoreline and deeper waters to discover new catches. Fish population shift at night, and some species only appear under specific conditions. Fish differ in strength and tougher species require you to upgrade your gear first. Pull against the fish's movements during the stamina and reel it in while keeping the line tension under control. If the line turns around, it will snap and the fish will escape. Yeah, yellow perch. Red snapper. Very tasty. Oh, there we go. What is this? Oh, dig up bait and sometimes other things. Okay. So I have a shovel now. Find new baits. Okay. Oh. It's kind of cool. You collect bait. I like that. Open your inventory and navigate to the bait section to attach one of your fishing rod before casting. Oh, attach one to your fishing rod before casting. The inventory also lets you swap between tools and use consumable items. Remember that it cannot be opened while performing certain actions. Keep fishing until the night falls. All right. Okay, we're gonna go over here now. I see some bubbles. Yeah, trout! Or, oh wow, that trout was worth $8. That's awesome. Let's do some line strength. And do some casting distance, sure. Actually, no. I don't want casting distance yet. I'm going to save up for some more. Like a better reel. That might be too far from the bubbles. Yep. There you go. Grab it. Oh, another yellow perch. Those are barely worth anything. They're worth $1. Bloop. Oh, there were $3. I guess this one was. Yeah, real power. There we go. Give me some real power. There we go. Give me some of those big honkers. There you go. Earthworm, fat worm. I don't know which one's better. I'm guessing earthworms are more rare, so I would assume they are better at catching fish. Got you. Oh, we got a fighter. Oh, you rotten fucker. Okay. That was a fighter, a whitefish. Yep, waiting for the inevitable old boot or tin can. You actually do toss it in there. Sure. There you go. There you go. Come get it. There you go. Come get it. Ooh, big Betty. Big carp there. 7.8 kilo carp. That's a fucking enormous fish. Only $5 though, huh? I don't know if we ever like fillet or eat them or anything like that, but one would think. Or I guess I do. I sell them. So someone eats them, just not me, maybe. Another big old fat carp. Oh, there's a twist. Yeah, there's a horror twist to it. Line strength. No question. You have a license to fish? Of course I do. I left it in my other pole,
Weird.
fishing pole.
Is that chilling siren coming from that old factory?
When the siren sounds, night has begun. Danger stirs, but new catches and discoveries await to be found, or wait around the lake. You can only sleep once true darkness falls, but beware, the deeper the night grows, the more oppressive the danger becomes. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's cool. No, I didn't! I'd really like a tackle box that I carry with me, so I don't have to keep going back to this every time. A glowworm. Oh, God damn it, another yellow perch. I thought the glowworm was gonna get me something cool. Oh,
Where's
okay.
my back? I should probably get some sleep.
Night has fallen, but we're waiting. We're gonna catch one more fish. One more fish and then we'll go to bed, okay? Just one more. Holy fuck! I caught a black carp. Huge. A goddamn monster. $8. That guy was worth a lot. Let's do... You know... Let's go to bed. 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 Go to bed. Go to bed. I say go to bed. Do I sleep?
What is that picture doing here?
Look at that photograph!
Remember now.
What? Doros with a 38, Staxor with 11. Thank you guys.
You should probably call his parents now.
Fuck.
Oh.
Hey, kid, are you all right?
Oh.
You two were in the same camp, right? Did you see what happened?
Time to go to sleep. Watch when you go. Once you go black carp, you never go back.
I need to find a way to cross the river and reach that factory.
Get to the old factory. Okay.
Wait a minute. I've got mail?
You've got mail?
Someone's messing with me. Or God, they're helping me.
What'd I say?
Hard to tell.
Yeah. They gave me the cooler. How much is it? $10. Let's go. Build and repair using your own blue. Okay, so I need to.
Well, that should help.
You can now open the cooler to store freshly caught fish. Some particular fish cannot be stored inside it. Okay. Okay. Give me some Joe. Oh, yeah. Right.
You're fucking warned. Don't ever go over my fucking head again. You
motherfucker, you. Sorry, I'm gonna talk over that one every time.
That kid. Do I know him? Maybe I could fix that old bridge.
Yeah, fix the old bridge. That's what we gotta do. So we gotta get our fishing line out. We gotta get like, what was it, 10 bucks? 8 bucks? 8 bucks, there you go. Get a repair kit. No, I didn't! Shut up, Simone. Come on, dude. Come on. Just bite. Bite my worm. Thanks, Vincent.
Feels like it's gonna rain soon.
Catch a whale, name it Vincent. Ha! Yes, you did.
Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money.
Bite my worm. I bet you say that to all the girls.
I do. I do say that to all the girls. And I bet like it's one of those things where it's like, yep, fishing during the rain will get you different fish and blah, blah, blah. I hope. Yes, you can rotate the fish, yes. I see you looking at it. Go get it. Someone's coming. There you go. Come get it. Come get it. Oh, you prick. There we go. Yeah, so you can rotate the fish by like that. Doing that. Alright. Oh, god damn it, I gotta get a fucking blueprint, you fucking piece of shit. Oh, baits. Oh, I can buy baits. I can buy snacks. Abyssal energy. No sugar, no sleep. Alright. Is this first demo day? No, the second one.
Well, that should do the trick. Let's keep going. I don't have enough money for now.
God damn it. Gotta fish up enough money to get that bridge repaired. Music's getting a little ominous. You better be fucking worth it, fish. Oh, God damn it, another trout. Damn it. I wanted a big one. That's not bad. Look at that big fatter. Come on, big fatty, you big fat fuck. Oh, come get this worm. You fat fish fuck. Come on. Look at that. Look at that big guy. Come on, big man. Come on, big guy. Get that. Yeah, you know you want that big fat worm. Look at that juicy piece of shit. Get it. What are you doing? Vincent giving a sub to the kettle called me pot. Oh my God, really? There it goes. There we go. There's a good one. There's a good fishing spot. Jesus, another one. Okay. Scared them away with the shouting. I don't think that's true. I think noise on the water, but like I don't know if shouting above is like. The fuck was that? Okay. We should have enough now. Let's go build a bridge.
One step closer. About halfway there. Just a few more planks. Almost done. Finally. Now let's see what's around here.
Nope.
Another photo. This place looks familiar.
They say there's a place beneath the lake. Not on any map. A red room where the world turns upside down. They say it's where the devil lives.
That's not true, right?
Then why did the lake glow red the other night?
It's not a lake, it's an ocean. nice place for a playground.
Doesn't look like I could get any closer for now. There's probably something to find nearby.
There's probably something to find nearby. Sure, why not?
A battery. Could be useful.
Okay. Oh, it's getting real dark. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, no good. The blood vision. What do I do? I should have went to sleep first. We're gonna make it. The cabin's right there. No problem.
Did I black out?
Oh, it takes half your money. Staying out at night drains your sanity. At 0, you black out, losing half your money as well as everything in your cooler. Certain items help you recover sanity and stay out for longer. Okay.
What the hell was that? Someone's at the door? Who's there? Who put that here? Hello?
Okay. The map is visible in the shed. Known fish locations in the area also appear in your journal.
People arguing? Should be here. What?
Empty boat found at dawn. Owner missing. No signs of struggle. Abomination box contains clues about the fish it is bound to. The information is added to your fishing journal. Really?
So am I supposed to dig now?
You bet.
What even is that thing?
The beating of this hideous heart. Oh, there's an abomination you can find. Look at that. Looks like a lion head. Oh, and it shows it where it is on the map too. All right. So I eat it. Kalima. Kalima. Oh. Oh, there's candles now.
Something's telling me to use it.
Come on, you abomination piece of shit. Eat this heart. There you go. Eat it. Eat it.
That awful noise. It's calling for something. For someone. I need to get rid of it. Now. Feel like any fish I've ever caught. Got to be worse. I should really go back to bed now.
Yeah, I should probably go back to bed. There we go. The Whisper. Or Whistler. Whistler. Oh, whoops. Only a living, fearless heart can stir its curiosity, a lurking mass of twisted flesh that emits bone-chilling screeches across the lake. Where the devil lives.
I shouldn't have come back.
Oh, God. Okay. I like this game a lot. I think it's great. The game reeled me in, that's for sure. Yeah, it did. Alright, I'm gonna go check that place where I found the battery. Do I have a... Oh, investigate the new area. Right. Okay. I don't see the catch with this game. Don't get hooked on it, whatever you do. Rodeo Salinas, 1979.
No power, of course. I wonder what's on the other end of the line.
That's where you put the battery then. Okay. When was the last time you had a shot for the lurkers? You can't drink alcohol. It's against TOS. You can't drink for shots or for subs anymore. And also I had a bunch last night. Because I watched the England football match last night. And got properly shit-faced. Yeah, you can do it as a toast. You're right. I could. Yeah. That is true. That is true. Yeah, but I was a proper cunt last night. As my new Brit friend would say. My Brit friend James that I met at the bar. What's this?
Why would anyone hide this down here?
Well, there we go.
Bullets. Maybe that's for the best.
Well, the fact that you called them bullets for a shotgun is pretty telling. Now the real fishing starts. Okay. Nice picture. Do I have a... Nope. No goal. Hmm. Oh, I wonder if it's something I can buy at the shop. I bet I can buy shells at the shop. Catches a real big fish. Octopus slice. Oh, Stillwater tonic. Well, that's your sanity. Negates endurance. Okay, so it gives you unlimited sprint, apparently. Okay. I'm wondering if there is something else to do that I'm missing. Mutated fish or hallucinations? Well, that was a hell of a journey for nothing, apparently. Yeah, probably just need to do more fishing, buy more stuff, I guess. Yeah, I really don't care for, like, the breathing noises while running in most games. Like, sure, if I get to the, like, last 10% of my stamina bar, go ahead and put the breathing noises there. But up until that point, just fucking shut up. Because honestly, I just find it kind of annoying. No, I don't even like the sound of my own breathing, dude. Okay. That is a good game. I enjoyed my time with it. Out fishing. Nice work. Let's go roll on the other side now. Roll on the A side, which is 91 strong. Let's see what is next. Bloop. 90. Way down at the bottom. Wild Blue Skies. Let's see if that's something we want to play or not. Wild Blue Skies.
Grimclaw's forces have reached our shores.
Leave it up to us, General.
Classic on-rail adventures of the 90s. Yeah, A-side is, yeah, Chad and Dev suggestions, and B-side are ones that I already had wishlisted.
All bombers are go.
Duck on your six, Bowie. I've got eyes on your back.
Toki's on my tail. Get him off. Thanks for the
I didn't even like Star Fox when it was popular, so
Can you keep up?
I'm gonna veto that one, and we're gonna move on.
There's no escaping this time.
32.
Don't get mad.
There we go. Hull Rupture. Let's see what that one's all about. If the ship stops, humanity ends. Oh God, it's FTL, isn't it? No, stop it. Stop the ship, please. Stop. Stop it. Yeah. Tower defense. It's crazy good pixel art, but yeah. Yeah, there it is. Like, yeah, you put a tower turret and stuff like that. Yeah, not for me, really. If it looks like something you would play or you would like, yeah, whatever. You know what I mean. I'm going to say no to that one. Let's see. 89. 46 this time. Let's see what that one is. Mistfall Hunter, huh? A dark fantasy extraction ARPG. Really? Combine skills, talents, and gear for each class in thrilling combat.
It began with the Mistfall.
Whether you team up or go solo, one thing remains. Only by fighting your way through can you return with a full hull. Good luck, Guild Hunter.
We were exiled into endless night.
Gameplay, please. Show me gameplay. Yeah, extraction, shooter, dark fantasy, action, Souls-like PvP.
Hunt monsters, sneak into labyrinths, open chests, and challenge the Mist Lord. Whatever path you choose, remember one thing.
It's no single player. There's no single player?
Your team's strength, the monster's threat.
Well, I'm out. I'm out then.
Treasure. Any of
Okay,
them can
let's try
change
again.
your path. If you fall, your soul will wander to the place that lingers in your memory.
Dude, we've got too many to settle on one that I probably won't like anyways, so. 85. Oh my God, Warhammer bolt gun. Okay. Two. There we go. All right. Obliterate Heretics. Oh, wait, let me download it first. How big is it? Only 4 gigs. Obliterate Heretics in the name of the Emperor in Warhammer 40k Bolt Gun 2. Play as Ultramarine Malum Kaido or a Sister of Battle Naira Veyrath in this sequel to retro FPS Warhammer 40,000 Bolt Gun with more enemies, more weapons, and new ways to purge. Developed by Auric Digital, published by Big Fan Games and Devolver Digital. Set to come out later this year sometime. Let's do it.
Bolt these nuts, see Clove.
Okay. 4. Hammer. 40,000. Bolt. Gun. 2. Is that it? It's fine. It's good. Subtitles enabled. Lord of the Derp with 35. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Almost at that 3-year mark. Oh, flashing lights. Epilepsy warning. Autosave feature. Okay. You might hear my air conditioner in the background. Just letting you know. Because we've got a heat warning. I'm not kidding you. We have a heat warning today for Austin. It's supposed to get up to like blistering heat. So, yeah. Gonna turn on the air conditioner. When I first saw the title of the game, I thought it was called Bolt On. Okay. There you go. Full screen, you bet. All right, 1 second. I am just going to take a pee real quick. Is that music? All right, give me one. You ready to rock? Let's do this. Oh, goddamn, it's loud. All right, I didn't realize it was that loud. All right, I'm definitely going to be the sister of battle. Fervent slide. F for fervent slide. Slide rapidly forward. Press space or inside to leap, or hold space for a timed slow leap. Okay. So you got the Melt-A-Bomb. G for a grenade, right? Power sword with right click. Enduring faith. Naira's belief in the Emperor is unbreakable. When her faith is very low, it regenerates over time. Let's do it. Medium. Oh, shit. Welcome to the wilds. Rotted with Nurgle corruption, the jungle's appetite for death is insatiable. Imperial soldiers fight and fall to Pustulant Deathguard. You're the only hope. Oh god. Game has a lot of vibration and my controller is going nuts. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, these are good guys. Okay. Death Corps of Krieg Troopers. Well, okay. Oh, so my faith is my shield. Okay. Can you play this game with the controller? Absolutely. Looks like it. Yep, playing as Dommy Mommy. Yep. Yuck. Yuck. God, those enemy designs are, like, for being pixels, they're fucking really cool. I like it. Ouch, ouch. Too many, too many. Infestation, recommendation, purge? Purge, how does one purge? Does it just mean like kill everything, or is there like a mechanic? Okay, it's just murder, okay. "37 breaches of Imperial uniform regulations detected."
Suffering is my prayer.
Oh, yeah.
I will cleanse the mutant, the heretic, the alien. I hunt the lost and the damned. I will see them destroyed. Defiance begets heresy. Heresy begets retribution. My sword is vengeance. The Emperor protects.
Flamer ammo. Do I even have a flamer? Oh, I do. Look at that. Oh shit. I didn't realize I picked one of these up already.
Think so.
There we go. Up. Yeah. That flamer's fun. Oh, there's an up. Okay. Ah! You idiot. Look at you.
God Emperor, watch over me.
Picked up your signal. Valkyrie's on its way. ETA 1 minute. Okay, so we gotta survive 1 minute. Sorry, guys. No! Okay, I was getting hurt. Shit. Okay. Whoops. Damn it. This could really do with some metal music. What happened to it? There it is. Oh, I'm here. Jump aboard. Where are you? There you are. Okay. God fucking damn it. What the fuck? Oh, I can't jump on that. Okay. Sorry, guys. does hurt me when I do that. In a big group of people, I guess. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Gotta jump in the back way. 0 of 4 secrets, 0 of 1 seal, whatever that is. Okay. You think not killing your troops make it? They're stepping in front of my fucking flamer. What do you want me to do? I said I'm sorry. You order the transport's craft pilot to drop you high amid the frozen peaks. You need to battle through the elements and innumerable heretics to gain access to the facility within the mountain. Oh, corn berserkers! I had these guys. You mean the football match? It was great. It was fun. It was actually kind of enjoyable because it was, you know, it was a really high scoring game. There were 6 goals made in the game. 6. Ah, there we go. Heavy bolter, let's go. Eat my asshole! Eat my asshole!
I couldn't sleep last night because of one person. Why isn't cereal considered to be a soup?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I would assume that cereal is a soup to some people. I mean, if Vichy Soir's a soup and it's cold. Soup is savory. Okay, that could be. Six? There you go. How's that bit rate? Hanging in there? Holding on for dear life? Not that bad. Okay, good. There we go. Heretical symbol identified. Servitor sanctioned unit requested. ETA 9,400 days. Okay. Ah. No. There, that's the one I wanted. Thank you. No! What the shit burgers? Oof. That was risky for no reason. Six. That's the heavy boulder. A World Eater Terminator. Oh, what the f— I didn't know those guys were up there. Yo, Vin's giving a sub to Eat Asshole. Oh, there's okay. Servants of Corn. Heretics. Death. Yo. Okay. I want that. There we go. Or not. Ah! Gamers, look up. Yo, Vince giving this up to Pete for president as well. Oh, give it to me. Fuck you. Oh, whoa, not down that way. Oh, fucking grenade, god damn it. Or it is, oh, it is down this way. Here we go. Let's slide. Where's the penguin? Blood detected. Oh yeah, I detected that too, thank you.
Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
Get your fucking hands up. Oh, it's out. Okay. Is this not a thing I break? I guess not. Bid rate for the blood god! Purge complete. Cleanse the heresy. 6 feet under Vincent. Giving us up to Vincent for president. Why don't you guys just run together as co-presidents? Next up, Bloodfucker. Oh, there we go. Oh, missing a key. There it is. Terminal velocity possible. Let's see. Did I fuck myself? I think I might have fucked myself. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we can still save this. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna save this. Nope, we're dead. Okay. Would you consider yourself a fan of 40KZ? I do. I like it. I'm not a huge fan though. Like I don't know most of the lore, but I did play the tabletop. I played Chaos Space Marines. My buddy played DP played the Eldars, and my other buddy played the Tau or whatever. So we had a few games here and there. Oh, okay. Let's go. Got it. I did. I painted minis. Yep. I certainly did. It was satisfying when it was done. But I'm not one of those cats that, like, I didn't enjoy it as much as, like, I guess a lot of people do. My favorite faction? Oh, of Chaos? Oh, there's so many. I don't know. I played with Khorne Berserkers, so like that was a good one. I also had a Bloodthirster. So that heavy bolter just got that fucking do-do-do-do-do. It's got that good sound, that good feel. God damn it, dude. Garax the Maimer, huh? More like Garax the Lame Sauce, dude. Fucking got him. There it is. Nice. Good demo, man. Very good demo. I don't know if I expected any less, but it was fun. Lots of good stuff. Really felt good. All right. That was all. Thank you,
Jack,
Spencer.
Have you had your daily fruit serving? Might I suggest some delicious berry? They have
Berry.
antioxidants, you know.
Thank you so much. Okay. That was A-sides. Now it's time for B-sides. And B-sides are at 40. Let's see what we get. Let's roll it. 1D4D. Boom. 21. Let's see what it is. Right there. Light of Atlantis. Okay. Now this is my pick, so hopefully it's good. Wait, no, what is this? Love and Life Lucky Teacher, no! The fuck is that? You're gonna get me banned. Oh, this one looks cool. This one looks like a cool little puzzle game. Okay. Light of Atlantis. Okay. Perfect. All right, Light of Atlantis. Explore the depths of the ocean in this 2D puzzle Metroidvania. Control the water levels and switch between various robots to solve the ancient puzzles of Atlantis. Due to release in November. Developed and published by Duck and Run Games. Let's check it out. I enjoy this one. Metroidvania with some Blaster Master mix in. Nice. Is it a controller game? Seems like it would be. Oh, I'm a jizz. I'm a little jizz sperm. Okay, and now I'm a robot, I think. Or I have an exosuit on. I'm guessing these hurt. Yeah. Yep, they do. Okay, so I get my little jizzy energy back. Got it. Oh, I just have a bubble blaster in this form. Okay. Ow. Oh. Okay. I got a secret thing. Some sort of sign that was probably deployed as a warning. The ancient letters are unreadable, but the simply drawn image below is reminiscent of a fish. Yeah, I like that the hazards are universal. That is fun. God damn it, that was not worth it. That's the hard thing with having like the movement and the movement and the aiming have to be like on the same button, or like you have to press up to shoot up, but you follow it. You know what?
It's you.
It's me. I am the cum fart bubbles. Thank you, Spencer. Thank you, happy camper guy. Oh, he's dying though. Don't let him die. Oh, I guess I don't have a choice. Sorry, buddy. Oh, he's back anyways. We don't like him. Okay, there's a puzzle mechanic. Cool. That timing was awful. Apologies. I have significant delay. No, it's fine. You're fine, dude. It was good timing. I don't mind it. Oh, sperm cannot touch water. You know that. You only don't mind because you get money from it? Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of very annoying alerts that I only don't mind because I get money for them. I'd rather not listen to Buddhaberry all day, but, you know. There's worse things to complain about. Up, go faster. There you go. Now you. Okay. Oh, no, I can't. I can't do that, right? Nope. Okay. So I can't push the button in sperm form. Okay. We should have an option to give money to shut alerts off for an hour. Ooh, shit. Oh, the bad feeling poo-poo donation or tip alert. Like, tips are off. Fuck you. No alerts for an hour. I don't know. Well, how much money do you think we should do that for? Like, no alerts for an hour would be, think about it, like $100. Get $100 of silence.
You're a cunt.
Oh, but then the spam after that hour might be, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I make money either way, so yeah. Goody, thank you for the 200 bits. Now, how the fuck?
Shut up and take these $5.
I
How
will.
about that?
Thank you, Leroy Knox. I will shut up. Look at me. This is me shutting up right now. I am shutting up. I mean, it doesn't seem like it should be this hard. Problem is that I can't leave my guy up here with the water on because the sperm hates water. Yeah, see, I can't get out of my suit there. Oh, I think I just gotta beat it, right? No. Oh, I can't even do it. Okay. Oh, there's, oh my fucking God, there's 2 doors. That was my bad. I didn't realize there was 2 doors. I thought there was 1 door that you had to press both buttons at the same time. That was the whole thing. That's why I was so fucking confused as to what to do. Because I thought it was 1 door that you had to push both buttons for. It's not quite clear what function this device served. Touching the strings makes them generate surprisingly nostalgic sounds. God damn it, come on. There we go. Oh, okay. There we go. I missed that fucking thing twice. That's secret, what looks like a secret area. Oh, I'm a thing. Ow, fuck off. There, how about that? Eat that. This way seems interconnected in a nasty way. I'm starting to lose track. Is there a map? I don't think so. Oh, okay. Nope, no. Nope, stop it. B. There you go. Flip it. Haha. Turtle. There you go. Come on over, turdy turds. Come on, turds. Damn it! What? That thing looked, it was moving. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just fucking out of my mind. Oh, this guy can. Jeez, oh, Mizo. Yep. Oh, yes. Fill me up, Buttercup. Some sort of display device. On the broken screen are fragments of a humanoid that looks irritatingly familiar. Oh. Ooh, do we get a bossy? Maybe a little bit of a boss fight. That would be fun. Oh, well, fucking there you go. There's the end of demo. Let's go. Good demo, man. Clappity clap. Good job. Oh. What up, Pixel Dreamer? Thank you for reading the rules. Welcome to the channel. Greetings, Parsi Dev. What is my fucking dog barking about? Okay, that was my side. Now we're going to go on the left side, the A side again for 87. We're going to roll 87. See what we get. 82 this time. Trine 6 together in time, huh? I like the Trine games before, I'm pretty sure. It's a co-op puzzle platformer.
Once upon a time,
but it says 1 to 4 players.
Two youngsters stumbled into trouble. And
yeah, Trine has had 6, dude. 6. It's crazy. All right. Install it. Take it off the list here.
Knowingly bound their fate to the realm's greatest heroes.
Shift up. I'm trying a lot of demos.
They must have somehow tampered with Trine's magic.
Trying a lot of demos.
As you are. The heroes of Trine are 3.
You don't need to convince us.
6.
The last thing we want is to be stuck with a trio of fossils.
Bingo. No, I didn't say that. That's not me. That was Prince Ali. If you want to blame somebody, you blame Prince Ali. Be nice to have a stream of Trine with your lady. Man, we don't really get along that well. In video games. In video games. Saved it. Good job. Nice work. You are trying my patience right now. Are you trying to get on my last good nerve? Wait a minute. Fucking online multiplayer? I'll just host a game and see if anybody joins. There we go.
At your service.
Wait, what? Oh, dynamic. Oh, highlight mode. Okay.
Wise choice.
Okay. I don't know if there's a lobby or not.
Successful in their
I don't know if you can jump in on my game or not, but feel free if you want to.
The Isle of Souls, a place where the dead could find their peace. Somewhere on the isle was Leocadius.
And with
him, the third shard of Trine.
The third shard of Trine to Ard.
Oh, are we there yet?
Quiet. The swan will hear you.
Where am I?
Well,
Sorry.
that's the longest we've ever been dead.
Though it is nice to have a break every now and then.
I know that. I didn't know there were 6.
We better hurry before this overgrown duck realizes it likes the taste of living souls. And find that shard before Belvedec's underlings do.
Oh, okay.
How nice. A sturdy shield to protect everyone.
Oh, good. There we go. No. There we go.
Whoa, this place certainly is different than I imagined.
I'd love to have a look around. If only it didn't seem like it was trying to kill us, or alive us.
Ow, goddammit. I'm a dolphin. Look at me. Ow. Oh, that's my little power there. What's this? Underneath here, give me that. You found a Belvedec's personal letter.
My brother Leocadius. A hypocritical, small man lacking any ambitions or real talent. Instead of using his shard for something glorious, my dear brother abandoned his life as a renowned scholar and wizard, retiring to an insignificant backwater village to teach local, thick-skulled kids to read and write.
Such a
waste of time and talent.
Who teaches children to read? Oh, shit. Sorry. I didn't know you were done. I thought you were done. Oh, so you do put the shield underneath you. Okay. What? Okay, so that does kill me. God, you farts. Oh. No, 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 God damn you! Asshole. Nope, no. Fucking Jesus, God damn it. There you go, there you go. Bouncies, bouncies. There you go.
Aren't you too worried we might stumble into old and bitter acquaintances?
Like who? Sarek?
He must be a regular here. Dead, then undead, then again dead.
Maybe there's a customer loyalty resort here somewhere.
No, don't go. Oh my God. Okay, we're fine. Nice checkpoint. Oh, you fucking bitch.
I think we're getting closer.
We must be.
Then lead the way, young Umbermoors.
It's so weird that the wizard's power is just like, I can make a box. Do you need a box right now? That's my power. That's my wizard. I went to wizard school for 5 years to learn how to make a box.
Is that... Dad?
Moira, Atreus, I'm glad you are well. If you're here, it must be for the shard. Quickly, take it.
Take a shard. Don't shard your pants, though.
You must leave before the fairy swarm realizes you're here. I'll guide the way.
But Dad... Can't we just...
I'm sorry, my child, but there's no time. Now that you have all the shards, Belvedere will come for you.
A key that can be used to unlock skills. Okay. Nope. Where is that? Pause menu, level ability. Okay, level ability. Nope. Nope, that slows down time, I guess. Oh, I can, oh, you can freely change into people who aren't here. Okay. Oh, I already did it. I pressed it. Okay, it just does it. it gave me. Yeah, nice. Okay. You gotta want to put your shield up there, homie. Nope. I heard this game is more fun with friends. I don't even know what those are, dude. Friends? I am unfamiliar with the word. Oh, that's something I can grab onto. Didn't even know. And I'm dead. Aha! That was stupid. Oh God, that was stupid. Fine, everything's fine. How would you get this? Oh. Oh, 2 people for that. Yeah, so someone I could like have them jump on my box. I was almost there.
Hello, Zirconia.
Oh. Oh, that's someone else's like ability or something. It's a like a grapple hook or something. Damn it. I'm not doing that on purpose, I swear to God. There you go. Ooh, shit, that was close.
Oh, are those the heroes of Trine?
Oh, I know those heroes. They never do stay dead, do they? Hello, Amadeus.
Very good day to you. Such lovely people, these Isle residents.
So, you really are famous.
Oh. Well, that was stupid. Let me try it again. Time for a little breakout. No! God damn it! No! Whoa. What is happening? Up. There you go. Oh, I have to, okay, because that breaks the... No, my God, it breaks the seal. Fucking turds. Oh, Zeke, how did the football go? I heard England won. Did they go crazy in the bar? A little bit. I mean, not crazy. But yeah, there was some hooping and hollering. That's a good one. That's a good one. Bounce off that oh, God damn it. Don't stop doing it, you motherfucker! There you go. Come on back. Yeah, there you go. What?
Come, baby, come, baby, come.
Yeah. Did you ask your friend why soccer players are such giant pussies? I don't think they're giant pussies. I think they just, you know, have been taught over the years that like acting like a baby will get penalties to go your way. There you go. Nope. Jesus, get over there. Fucking little bitches! God damn it, dude. There you go. Oh yeah, get right over there. Get right over there. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, you fucking prick! I can't do that fucking bullshit anymore. Fuck this, fuck trying, and fuck you. Thank you, Dragon Sauce, for 6 months. K1 Mac with 12. Thank you, guys. All right. Next game. We got lots of games. I'm not worried about skipping ahead or not giving one more than I want to give it. 39. All right, let's do it. All right. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah. You know who I'm talking to. 39. Yes. Okay. And it's a 10. What is it? 10 is Cosmic Fear. All right, let's see what that one is.
Once upon a time.
Once upon a time, Cosmic Fear happened. All right. You've discovered evidence of a cosmic presence influencing humanity since its origins. Okay. 15 fucking gigabytes? Jesus Christ. For a demo? That can't be right. It's absolutely right. 15 gigabytes for a demo. Nice. All right. You've discovered some evidence of a cosmic presence influencing humanity since its origins. Now something born in the depths of the cosmos is calling again. Investigate, uncover forbidden knowledge, and survive a disturbing first-person Lovecraftian horror adventure. This is coming out in September. Developed and published by Alessandro Guzzo. And there you go. That's it. Let me just get this. Oh, it's not quite. Not quite done yet. Okay. Cosmic Fear.
God.
There be some chunky ass demos, man. Totally. All right, this looks like first person, so keyboard mouse it is. The Singing City 2 demo is 31 gigabytes. Jesus. Well, we've got it on our list. Maybe we'll see it. Hey, this game contains violence and blood, guys. You might want to duck out if violence and blood are not your thing. And it's under development. It's not the final quality. There might be bugs and optimization shit and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Sounds good. Yep, I am sure I want a new game. Yeah, full games with lines of code that stop you from playing the whole thing. Yeah, it makes it easier to make a demo out of it that way. Yeah. If your demo is not like a vertical slice and you start like right at the beginning of the game itself anyways, I don't see why not. Except, you know, how big it would be. Dear Mr. West, we are Ethan and Howard Thorne, writing to invite you to our residence in Clackholm on this evening of September 14th at 317 Deep Lake Street. That night, under the ominous glow of the full moon, they will celebrate the Great Ceremony, a secret occult ritual hidden deep in the heart of the forest. But we will be there, lurking in the shadows, watching from afar. And you must be there with us, Benedict. You need to see. We know about your research, we have studied it. There is a unique connection that ties everything together, an invisible thread spanning time and space, linking what was to what will be. You must believe us, Benedict. Come, and we will show you. Ethan and Howard Thorne. There's no command, Hisaki. Does someone have the document? I didn't make a command for it. The demos document. There you go. Thank you, Khalif. No, I did. I should have made a command for it, and I didn't. It's certainly not penis. Although that could be the
This is
command.
place. The house should be at the end of the road.
Okay, let me do one thing real quick. Listen, you hear that? Nope, just the sound of footsteps, no heavy breathing. Because it's kind of completely unnecessary to have heavy breathing. Oh my god, I hope there's a boat that they left out here to rot. No pickup truck. Looks like it's still in great condition. They were sifting the stones. They are covered with greenish dust. Strange objects made of some kind of metal alloy, but I can't figure out exactly what it is. Part of something bigger. Y'all think he can be the next Guy Fieri? Why would I be Guy Fieri? I don't like cooking and I'm not No, I am a loudmouth who loves the sound of his own voice. Fat. I don't have blonde hair though. I don't think I'm gonna get blonde hair. Dark discoveries. We found more. Those strange greenish rocks with unnatural shapes and covered in enigmatic inscriptions are scattered all around here. You just need to know where to dig. This only strengthens our belief. The ancient necropolis of Ralcom must be buried right beneath us. Among other things, we uncovered another ancient artifact, perfectly intact despite the passing of millennia. It's clearly of the same type as the others. We can't wait to study it, but first we have to deal with far more important matters. Well, I certainly like eating cray corn chewy. That much must be obvious. Yeah, that thing was trilobite-ish. That's what I thought too. Or a rib cage.
I don't know what to expect from these two. Clearly they're fanatics. But how do they know about my latest discoveries?
How am I gonna get my hands on their Lucky Charms? And are they gonna tell me why Apple Jacks doesn't taste like apple? That is one big pig. Ew, better not touch it. Touches it.
It's locked. Doesn't look like anyone's at home.
That strange thing emerged from the water again. I went to the cave on the lakeshore to take a closer look. Okay. then that's where I'm going too. There's no need to go this way. Okay, thanks, game. So there's supposed to be a cave by this lake, huh? I mean, is this the lake? I just went all the way back to that spot. Is anything a lake? Yes, Ricky. Well, we didn't go up this way. Okay, here's the lake. I bet this is the cave by the lake somewhere. There it is.
Oh my god, what happened here?
Oh my god! Those binoculars are covered in blood. I'm not gonna touch that. Ah, styrofoam cup. Bad for the environment. I collected a key of some sort. It's right there in the center of the lake. It's moving very slowly. Its size is terrifying. I would love to see something huge just come out of that water right now. Yeah, demo suggestions tab. If you want to put your game there, that's where it goes. Yes, and then I will put it on the list. The ever-growing list. The never-shrinking list of demo games. So that's not it. Okay. Oh, I probably just got the key to the house then. Or fucking not. Oh, the pigs are without feed, so I have to feed the fucking pigs? Alright. Knife. Hey, there we go. I got a sack of feed. This demo looks cool. It looks cool so far. It's a walking simulator so far, but... Suey? Suey, pig, 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 go get it, pig. I fed you, you stupid pig. Go get your stupid meal. Well, okay. I put the pig feed in the trough. I'm still looking for a place this key belongs. Oh, is it this? What a beautiful motorcycle. I used to have a light blue one. That's not a motorcycle, my friend. I'm sorry. An old key. Okay, so a different key to a different thing. Well, I sent Ethan into town to pick up everything, but that stuff just won't come off, not even with gasoline. Next time we need to remember to get more 0.8mm iron wire and forget about those damned ropes. They're worthless and break immediately.
45, 22 to 67.
That's right, baby. Thank you so much, Floki. So, doesn't go to that. Not that either. What else was locked? Was there a locked one back here? Well, got a bunch of keys and nowhere to stick them, huh? I unlocked it. There we go. An ordinary saw. There's nothing special about it. That saw saved my life in Vietnam. Dare you say there's nothing special about it? Oh, the tentacles. I see them. Nice. Oh, yeah. Big monster in the ocean. Or in the lake. Creature of the lake. Just before dawn, we heard that horn blow once again. We ran towards the lake. It was cold, and that day the mist came in eerie, unnatural glow. Then all of a sudden we saw it. There it was, right in the middle of the lake. Gripped by terror, we managed to snap a couple of photos before that huge thing disappeared once more. Well, sound the horn of Gondor, goddammit. And there's an invisible wall. Okay. Was there a picture? Yeah, there's a picture. You didn't see it? I looked at both of them. Right there, you can see the tentacles coming out of the middle of the lake there. That one, like it's a head or something coming out of the water. Yeah. Well, they're soaked. They left them out here. Oh, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Oh no. Okay. Whew, okay. Oh, is this locked? There we go. That symbol, how could it be here? I've spent years deciphering that ancient language, and I believe that symbol means knowledge or truth, even though I'm not entirely sure. I must reach that place, if it's on top of that hill beyond the bridge. Okay, yeah. That Z symbol, this guy right here. This object, I know it. It's a miniature reconstruction of the gigantic one I saw in the Amazon rainforest in the 1982 expedition. The house on top of the hill. The old house on the hill is the perfect spot for our observation. From there, no one will be able to see us, and we can quietly keep track of all their movements around the castle. We've been watching them for quite some time now, and it's clear that something big is about to happen. Everything points to the grand ceremony, but it's still too early to say for sure. Mr. West hasn't replied yet, but I'm certain he won't turn down our invitation. His morbid obsession...
That's too big!
We'll say that's too big. His morbid obsession with things that are too big will lead him here. It's only a matter of time. Yo, Katie with the raid. What up, baby? Thank you for the raid. I'm assuming you're gonna go have yourself a nice long nap. Because that's, I think that's what I'm gonna do after a stream. Oh, it's the Prometheus thing. That's gonna be a hard yes. I deeply want an egg sandwich, but also nap. Yeah, I get you. I get you. Did the outing last night take some energy out of you? Well, we got a little, like, I don't know about her, but I got a little tipsy. Even more than a little tipsy last night. I would even go so far as to say as I got actually drunk last night. And timed out by the bartender. He put me in timeout. I'm not kidding. I went to an Irish pub and I made too loud of a noise, and the bartender said you have to be out here for 5 minutes in the parking lot before you can come back in. He gave me a timeout. I'm not kidding. And I'm like, that's pretty brilliant, to be honest. Yep, I mean, you're gonna act like a little kid. You're gonna get treated like a little kid. So I put on my phone, I set my stopwatch for 5 minutes. And then I came back in and I said, 5 minutes, and he's like, all right. And that was it. That was the end of it. There's something behind the slab. Maybe I could try to move it. Maybe I will. It's closed. What's this door doing back there? I need to figure out how to open it. Is there a way to open it down here? Dude, I thought that timeout was such a good idea, honestly. It was a really nice bartender. He was a nice guy. He wasn't too forceful. He's like, you're being a little rowdy, bud, or something of that nature. Like, you're gonna, and he had an Irish accent. Being a bit rowdy, bud. Time to go outside and think about it. I was like, okay. 5 minutes and you can come back in. Yes, sir. According to the map, the place should be this way. Thank you, game. Oh, now I can go this way? Oh, fuck you, game, dude. Come on. Very ancient and deep. Like my wife's beehole.
Symbol. And those artifacts. I can hardly believe it. It feels like I'm stepping right back into my past. The Thorns were right. Everything connects to my obsessive research. Damn.
Damn.
I'd pay any price to find out what's behind it.
Okay, please. Please end the demo with something big rising up out of the water. Just a little tease, please. That's all I want. And then I will call this demo a good demo.
Here. This should be the place.
God damn it, why is every fucking thing locked? Oh. Oh, let's... Oh, there's a key. Telescopes pointed at the ancient castle. Is that where they witnessed those eerie events of that night? Time is almost up. Soon it'll be dark. Battery's in terrible shape. No, come on, dude. Just let me see the Cthulhu out of the water. That's all I want. Oh my god, I thought that was somebody over there. You fucking prick. Nope. Got a flashlight. Yeah. Tonight the horn sounded once again. At the very moment, a massive greenish light flared at the base of the castle only to vanish shortly after. This time it was stronger. I could almost feel the ground trembling beneath me. What on earth were they doing? Those damn trees block our view. It felt like they were trying to power up a massive machine. That could explain the strange noises we kept hearing at night. But what about those strange lights we've seen in the forest? No, something doesn't add up. Oops. Oh my god. Apparently they spend their nights here.
Oh shit.
What? Oh yeah, there we go.
Oh shit. What happened to him? God damn it. It's not safe out here.
No, it's not. Everything's off, there's no power. Observation after dark. At last, we've set up all the cameras and installed the recorders. It wasn't easy in this damn place, there's no power, but the generator's battery's always dead. But now we're finally recording everything. We've even placed a camera at the old factory. I can't get it out of my head. It's all connected right from the day of the 1975 accident. Dude, I'm inside. I should be able to unlock that. Hey, there's a battery. My god, what was that gigantic thing up there? It's nothing like we thought. Everything stopped working. The devices started acting up. The readings were off the charts. We need to deeply analyze the footage from camera number 5. Then the one pointed above the castle. Which one? Camera number 5. A little Cthulhu in my life. There you go. Come on, dude. Sound the horn. Let me know that something's coming.
What the hell is that?
No, Lovecraftian games have always been a thing, but yeah, there's been a massive resurgence
It's comical
lately.
watching someone play Stellar Blade with a night tracker and seeing them very quickly and repeatedly fuck the assets.
What is that? Jacob, immediately.
Come on.
Thorne Brothers should have a phone in their house. I have to get back there right away.
There's a light over there. Yes, the horn. I'm just riding this out in hopes that we see Cthulhu or something. Gondor calls for aid. Okay. Was that was supposed to happen? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, come on. They reloaded me. Yeah, it wasn't even that far of a drop, right? Okay, that path is blocked. Okay. So, that path is blocked. Man, I don't want to wander around like an asshole. And that killed me last time. Man, I just want to see Cthulhu, and I'm getting really close to Alt F4ing right now. Or something. Not even Cthulhu, just anything.
The hell happened here?
Or there. Yeah, now I'm just wandering around in the dark, dude. Come on, man. Yeah, he said go back to the house and call. I thought it was... No, maybe... Okay. Maybe it's this house. I thought he meant back to the original house.
What the hell is that?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm about done wandering around the dark. Yeah, you can wander around the dark for free at home. Is there any, like... any indication of where to go? Says blocked. There's no way through here. And I can't go around this way because it's just cliffs. That way is just a drop. Short stop and a drop. No. Oh, is he here to figure out the money wire transfer? If not, I can remotely connect the computer to assist in wire transfers. Do you also perchance have a CAVS Walgreens near you? Yeah, Google, that has Google Play cards. No, we just did a PayPal bill. Yeah. I'm done. I wish there was something to be afraid of, but wandering around the dark is not something I'm afraid of. So, On to the next game. That was, yep, Cosmic Fear was my side, so we're going to go A side again. 86 of them, huh? All right. 86. And the new one is 40. What's on the 40 spot? Lord of Undead. Not the Undead. Lord of Undead. Okay. Lord of Undead. There we go. Oh, shit. Yeah, dude. All right. I mean, we'll give it a shot. Why not? Okay. No. Please sell shipped up. Destroy the castle on the hill in this grim RPG where you play as the Dark Lord. Collect souls, summon an undead army, master dark abilities, craft powerful gear, build your base, and desecrate the lands of a vast open world. Set to come out 2026. Developed and published by Megami LLC. Let's fire it up. Nope. Didn't do that. Nope, nope, nope. There we go. Lord of Undead. Boom. All right, my lord. My lord! This is the demo version of Lord of Undead. Only limited portion of content available. Predetermined bugs, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, let's go. New game. I will, yes, let's play. Attack the enemies from different sides. Your minions will distract attention, allowing you to stab in the back. Do not rush to leave the infected land. Okay, whatever. Oh my god, this is very Valheim. Welcome back, Overlord. To regain your power and subjugate mortals, you must summon your army of the dead. First, recruit nearby skeletons. Hold F to add nearby minions to your squad. Minions in your squad will automatically follow you and assist you in battle. However, you can give them more complex orders. Send your newly raised servants to gather resources for you. To do this, press Q for a quickly order the harvesting. Wait. To do this, press Q for a quickly order the harvesting of any tree or harvestable stone within your crosshair. Great! Besides harvesting resources, you can also target an enemy by pressing Q. To control your minions more precisely, open the orders menu by holding down the Q button. Oh, okay. Move, hold, go home, follow, gather, attack. Okay. Oh, I gotta pick up the wood. It doesn't like magnet to me. Man. You have your first ability, soul harvesting. Siphon soul energy from living creatures to raise an undead army and construct buildings. Oh. Okay. Suck 'em. Attack for the darkness. You need wood and stone to build a lair, my lord. Okay. I see wood. Where's the stone? Aha, there we go. Let's go. Hey, watch it, you bonehead. Oh, no. You can't attack me. You don't have any guts. What game is this? Lord of Undead. In the top left corner, there will always be the title if I'm doing indies or demos. Tink, 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 tink. Oh, no. No worries, Morphine. No big deal. Just letting you know. Okay. So where'd my skull guy go? Yes, I play. Actually, you know what about Desktop Explorer? I'm not sure if I played it or not. Oh, I don't have enough wood yet. Oh, okay. Happy birthday, Cam Teampo. There you go. What do you want? Summon a pylon to blight the surrounding land. Other city structures can only be summoned on blighted ground. Open structure with a B, okay? Try to build pylons near resource sources such as wood or stone. Then you'll be able to get an additional resource from their extraction. Essence of Darkness. Pylon of Defilement. Yeah. Your kiddo turns 4 on Saturday. Excellent. Congratulations. Or I'm sorry to hear that. Whichever one you prefer. Excellent. You need to quickly create a summoning altar to revive your army of death. Build a summoning altar. Okay. My lord, create for yourself another servant. Your army is testament to your might. The army size is limited, my master. To increase the limit, you need to level up. Okay. Basic gear is essential, my master. You can head to the workbench to craft your starting weapons and armor. Oh, I gotta build a workbench. Okay. Sure. Have it right there. That sounds good. That looks good and fucking tilted. A bone axe and a bone pickaxe are simplest tools you can craft from the bones and tendons of the living. Use workbench to create them. Got it. Thanks. Okay. Create a bone axe. And, oh, I don't have enough for a bone pickaxe. There you go. Go kill that guy. Good job, guys. Don't let him get away now. Oh, right. Forgot I can suck him off. There you go. Suck him off. Follow me, guys. There we go. Got it. You can share equipment with your minions. Open the squad G button and assign a specific item to a minion. You can also drop equipment on the ground next to your minions and they will equip the best ones themselves. Increase your survivability and effectiveness. Craft armor. You can create basic armor from hides at a workbench. Okay. Yep. It's very Valheim. It's very Valheim, which I am not against. But I think we get it, man. Yeah, there's a Trine fucking 6 now. Not bad. Not bad. I kind of dig it. It's all good. Okay. We are moving on. Oh. It's Thursday, right? Okay. Thursday. Yeah, it's Thursday. Time to call my mama. Mom called Thursday. Let's do this. Okay. Let's see. Did we do last week yesterday? Oh, we didn't do. No, we didn't, Scott. I called it an early day, so we didn't do it, but we can definitely do that. Watch the new Last Week in Zeke. No, come on. That work? Okay. Gotta shut off the fan while mom call's going on, or else we won't be able to hear her. Okay. There we go. There.
Hello, my love.
Hi, Mama. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I went and watched a World Cup match last night.
You did?
Yeah.
What, soccer?
Soccer, yes,
Oh, really?
soccer. Yeah. Piss off everybody who calls it football, the whole other world.
What'd you say?
I said piss off the entire rest of the world who call it football.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know.
Or footy, if you will.
It was what?
Footy. They call it football, footy. A
footy.
footy match.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So how was it?
It was good. It was fun. Got a little drunk.
It was?
Yeah.
Oh, I would think it'd be real boring.
No, actually, this game was pretty good. There were 6 scores. It wasn't like one of those 0-1 snoozers.
That's a lot. Yeah.
I know, it was a lot. Yeah, 6 is a lot for them to score. So it was only
Did we win?
It's not us. It was we were rooting for England because one of our friends is from England.
Okay. Okay.
Yep, it was England versus Croatia.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So that actually brings up a question I want to ask you. And without any knowledge, because I don't believe you have any knowledge of what countries are playing in the World Cup this year, do you?
Right. Well, they just beat Paraguay. And
Okay.
They're playing. God, I can't remember. I saw it on the TV too, and I can't remember who they're playing next.
Okay. Besides Team USA, so you can't pick the USA team. Who's gonna win it all this year? And just guess.
Well, Paraguay was the favorite. We beat them.
Okay.
So, God, I don't know, Zach. I don't know who else is left.
Just pick a country you're pretty sure that plays soccer.
It's a big country that plays soccer.
No, just pick one. Just pick one out of a hat that you're pretty sure that plays soccer.
Oh, I have no idea.
Just
I
pick
don't know who
pick a
plays.
country then. Pick any country in the world.
Okay. England.
Okay, sure. All right, fine. Since I just mentioned England, I guess. All right. That's my mom's prediction to win it all is England.
Are they favored at all?
Not really. I think they were seated, I want to say like 4th in the rankings before the tournament began. I'm not sure though.
Okay, that's not bad.
So yeah, they're not terrible. No. I picked France for no reason. I was like, France will do it.
Oh, okay.
So just to piss everyone off. So if France or England wins, we win, Mom.
Okay.
We win all of
sounds good.
the internet points.
All right.
Whatever that
Good
means.
Deal. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. We're gonna keep it a little bit short today because it's hot in my office and I turned off the air conditioner so I can hear you over
Well,
the.
I'm waiting for Davies to come over anyway, so.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so we got a couple of questions. This one is from Harunting, who says, when you go out to eat, what sort of things are your must-haves or gotta try?
Oh, my must-haves is windmill shrimp.
Shrimp. There you go.
Shrimp.
Get some of that.
Yes,
Get
or
some of that fried
I'd
shrimp.
like lobster. I'd like lobster from like the Red Lobster, but I don't know if it's very good or not.
If
But
it's
I don't know
tasty,
what
it's
other
good.
place
Don't worry about it.
Right. I don't know who else serves it.
Yeah, I think the windmill actually serves lobster, but it's super expensive. It's
They probably do.
market price, so you're gonna pay like
Oh,
$80 for that
yeah.
shit.
Right, right.
Because they get that
exactly.
shit flown in from like Maine or whatever,
Oh,
or at
okay.
least they used to. At least they used to.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Mista. I'm telling you, like, if you want good lobster in Montana, you have to you'll pay through the nose for it because they import it from coastal states.
Right, exactly.
Let's see. Do you have any interesting or impressive scars, Mom?
Just the one on my forehead.
Yeah, that one. Big
where
accident
I had to
there.
have a plate put in.
Yep. Dad was driving that
That's
one.
the only one I have.
That's not the only what?
That's about the only one I have. I have one for my hysterectomy, but it's not that noticeable or anything.
No, I'm sure the one on your forehead is probably the one that people see the most. I'd imagine.
Right.
But
Yeah.
it's not really pronounced because it looks just like kind of a a normal forehead wrinkle that's a little bit like diagonal.
Right, a little crooked. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. So most people don't really even notice that one, so that's nice.
Right.
No, Mom was in a car accident with my dad driving 47 years ago or something.
Oh my God, yes.
I know. And
It was before. It was when you were like 2 years old or something.
Oh, so I was
is
born
what
at
my
the
memory
time. Okay.
tells me. That's what I'm thinking, but I'm not sure if you were or not. What I'm thinking is I was glad you weren't in the car with us.
Oh, no, I probably wasn't. Unless I was,
you
and that's the
weren't.
reason why I am the way I am, which is possible.
That could be.
Yeah. That would definitely explain some things for sure.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, next question. Okay, there's a term out there. Have you heard the term like someone gives me the ick?
No.
Okay, it makes it like it comes from icky. Like you get an icky feeling from somebody.
Right. I
Okay.
figured.
So, what about a person gives you the ick? Like an instant red flag.
Oh, well, it used to be pimpled
Oh, that is
years ago,
okay.
and greasy hair.
Mom, you're talking about my adolescence and I don't appreciate it right now.
You are not.
I was zitty and greasy. Are you kidding me, Mom? Good Lord. What? Okay.
You probably had a few zits, but
I had a lot of them. I really did. We
Did
even
you?
went to the dermatologist.
Oh.
Yeah, you probably didn't see it because you're looking at me through mom eyes. But yeah, I was pretty acne ridden as a kid. I was.
Oh,
I wasn't like pizza face, but I was definitely above average amount of zits from the ages of like
Really?
13 to 16.
oh, that must have been terrible.
It was terrible. It fucking sucked. It was awful.
Yeah, exactly.
But what about personality? Gives you a red flag.
One that's really cocky, like a jock, or something like that. That does.
Is it because you married one of those and divorced him?
I married your dad because he was so funny.
Oh, because he's funny, not because he's a cocky jock, which he totally is.
Yes, he totally was, but he wasn't around me.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you realize, like, you've just described me, your ex-husband, and your youngest son, Nate, who is a cocky jock as well. What is wrong with you, Mom? Are you trying to tell us something? Jesus.
I did, didn't I?
Yes.
God.
You absolutely did. Now, what gives me the biggest red flag is traits my children have. God damn, dude, that is harsh, bro. Good Lord. All right, well, I guess we'll got one more question. This is a good one. Does Mom have any tattoos and stories behind them?
I have 2 tattoos on my arms.
Mhm.
You've seen them.
Yeah.
And the stories behind them is because the ones that I had on my arms were really ugly, and I wanted to cover them up. And so he ended up making them really big, which is ridiculous. Now that I'm the age that I am, they're the stupidest things I've ever seen.
No, they are not. They're great. I love your tattoos, Mom.
I'm way too old to have tattoos.
Well, you get them when you're young and you have them when you're old. That's what tattoos are.
I know, and I never thought about it that way.
Yeah.
Which I should have.
No, they're fine, Mom. They look great. No, she has, describe your tattoos, Mom.
Well, they're just flowers.
Yep.
With Shoo Shoo on one of them, which is Grandma's nickname.
Mm-hmm.
And Nate, John, and Zach on the other one.
Yep.
Same with the flower.
Yep, exactly.
Both of them are flowers, yeah.
Yeah. And where are they? They're on your forearm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
She does have a couple of tattoos with her husband, her kids, and her mom on them. Grandma Shirley.
Right.
Grandma Shirley.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. There you go. I only have one tattoo still. I'm thinking about getting more. I've thought about getting more forever, but I still have only the one. It's the St. Jude logo with my logo around it on my calf.
Oh,
so,
really? Oh,
yeah.
really?
You've never
I
seen
didn't
it?
know that.
Really? Okay.
I don't think so. I
Okay.
don't remember ever seeing it.
Yep. That's the only one I ever got. I just never I wanted more, but I just never commit, you know?
Yeah.
I should get one with your name on it somewhere.
No.
Would you
like
appreciate
Mom
it if
or
I got a
something.
tattoo of your name on my body?
Of course.
What if it was on my butt cheek?
No.
Just said mom on in a big heart on my butt cheek. You wouldn't like that?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, right.
Well, now I know where my next tattoo is going and what it's gonna be. So good. Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, no, it would be you dressed up as Batman. That would. I'm Batman.
There you go. There you go.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
Yes.
No, people are quick to point out that I could just get an M on each cheek, and then if I bend over, it says "Mom."
That's funny.
Yeah. All right, that's all the questions we had for you, Mom. I'm gonna get back to work now.
Okay, sweetheart. Thank you for calling.
Of
Bye,
course.
Zeconians.
Bye, everybody. Say bye, Zeconian. Say bye, Mama. Bye.
I love you, sweetheart.
I love you too, Mama.
Okay, thanks for calling.
You betcha.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, there it is. Mom called done. I'm Batman. Still fucking tickles me every time. Okay, I'm going to turn the fucking air conditioner back on because it just, in that, however long that call was, I don't know, 8 minutes, it jumped up like 5 degrees in here. It's fucking disgusting in Texas right now. Nope. I can't operate it through the green screen. There we go. And you can absolutely hear it. There we go. Okay, now we're going to watch the newest Last Week in Zeke since we didn't watch it yesterday because that's what we do on Wednesdays, but I had to go early because of the footballs. And here we go, the demo. That is super loud because some of the demos are just fucking real quiet. Sorry about that. Oh, is this the newest one at Steam Next Fest Demos Part 2? Oh, this is from before. Oh, this is the earlier in the year one. Okay, cool. This is from the previous Next Fest. All right, let's check it out then. Oh, God. The demo for Beta Cafe. Drops you into a single date where every choice matters. A taste of Beta Cafe's universe. Tactics may work or backfire. Conversations spiral and the past won't stay quiet. Pressure builds, distractions grow, and someone else is ready to steal your moment. She picked this place. She must like jazz. We can fake a little jazz talk to break the ice, or keep it real and risk the silence. I love jazz.
I really love jazz. I mean, really, you know?
Really?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, I have more than just a bond of love.
Do you play an instrument?
Playing an instrument is certainly enjoyable.
We play sax. Yes, we do. Say it. High risk, high reward, or chill, chill, chill. We are just getting started. Well, I better lie.
I play the saxophone.
Really now?
Yes.
It wasn't written in your profile.
You know, I really don't like writing such things because I'm not a showman.
Have you ever performed on stage?
She's loving this, but a famous college orchestra is a big lie. Or play it safe. A few classes, nothing more. No, let's keep lying. Let's all in on the lies.
I played in WoW Jazz Orchestra for a while. Then I had to quit for financial reasons. You know.
Well, look at that!
Unfortunately.
Well,
art
look
fills
at that!
Your soul much better than it fills your wallet.
I'll have an Americano.
Sure. Okay, I'll have an Americano too.
How are you?
This fucking cock blocker.
I'm good too, thank you. My friend's a musician as well.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
By the way, he plays too.
Really? Oh, really? Welcome.
What instruments do you play?
I play the saxophone.
He also plays the saxophone. Yeah, we were just talking about it. Wait, I'll play along with you.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh my. What else?
This is the fucking weirdest first date
What else
ever.
do you want?
Who
I'm
brings their
glad we can
harmonica
do
on a
this.
first date? What the fuck is happening here?
Shall we get the coffees now?
No, we played. Now it's your turn.
What?
Yeah, play something.
I'll start then.
This is great. Here we go.
Want me to give you a note?
Squeak.
It was really nice meeting you. Best of luck to you. Take care.
What did just happen?
out. The Dungeon Experience is a comedy first-person adventure about a low-level mud crab chasing his dream of helping you experience the true bliss of financial. This game's gonna be good. I'm excited to play this game when it comes out.
Bid you welcome to the Dungeon Experience. Here you will begin your quest for financial freedom and discover the mystery of the Mind Hole. Once you're ready, adventurer, press my buttons to enter the Dungeon Experience.
All right, I'm going to press your button now.
Go ahead.
I can't press his nipples. I'm trying.
Oh, sorry, I should have been more specific. Not that button. Yes, these buttons.
Oh, now you can press them. Oh my god.
When you're ready, press my nipples to activate the mechanism. They're especially sensitive buttons. Please take care when pressing them. Don't push too quick.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Hello, adventurer. I am your dungeon master. I will guide you through the trials and tribulations on your journey to discover financial freedom and the mystery of the Mind Hole. Now, I know reaching out a crab claw is not as intuitive as reaching out a human hand, but I'd like for you to shake it. Think of it as a regular handshake, but crab-themed. Wow, incredible. That handshake gave me big, non-smooth brain energy. I can tell it is very detailed and smart. Congratulations, adventurer.
Fucking
you have
Jesus.
reached the demo's halfway point. Now, I give you two options. One, quit the demo now, saving your body in anticipation of the full game. I call it full game edging. Two, continue playing the demo another 20 minutes or so.
No, I'll continue playing the demo for another 20 minutes or so.
Oh, yeah. Great option, too. Full game edging is great, but sometimes you just want to treat yourself straight away. All right, let's take you back to when you enter the reception. The Lake of Sorrow creates a sense of unease in your bones. It is vast and deep. You can almost hear it moan in pain.
No, I have looked down at my feet. Yeah, I've done that. Oh, like while I'm walking, though. That's a great touch.
Before you go on your journey, you will need a weapon to defend yourself. Here at the front of the throne are two choices. Are you a warrior? A student of the sword? Or maybe you are a wizard, a manipulator of water magic.
Well, duh.
Make your choice.
I'm a fucking wizard, of course.
Ah, a fine choice. Adventurer, please equip your weapon and protect me from these creatures of deception. Oh. Oh. Oh, not once have they binged motivational YouTube compilation videos for 10 hours.
Sorry.
They now take haste and venture forth, further deeper into self-helphoria and vow to defeat the great evil.
There's 10 minutes of lines if you don't shake the crab's pincer at the beginning. Oh, that's when the game comes out. I have to be reminded to do that.
Congratulations! You have made it to the end of the Dungeon Experience demo.
We hope you enjoyed it. Wow. That was pretty good, dude. That was pretty good. Super Meat Boy 3D, planned to come out this year. The infamous Tough as Nails platformer, now in 3D. Oh, this is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. Hold X to dash while jumping. Oh man, I didn't. Okay. Super Meat Boy Triple D. Oh, so there are walls you can't jump off. And walls you can totally just bust through. Okay. Why am I watching myself? It's the new highlight video. I haven't seen it yet. My YouTube editor makes these every week. And we watch them together with me. Okay. Also, I'm quite the handsome fella. Nope. Gotta do a dash there. Yeah, same reason I put a mirror in front of the toilet. No, get a grip. Yo, god damn it, I didn't see that fucking thing in the test. Fuck, shit. No, I had it! Fuck you! Yeah, I kind of like it in Super Meat Boy 3D, like, your best option is usually just send it. Just go. Oh, it's right there, too. Shit. Whoops. Oh, thank you, Babuccio. There we go. Fucking got it that time. That skip, that first platform skip. It's pretty good. It's pretty goddamn good. Oh, there it is. Alrighty. Go check out the YouTubes if you want to see more of that. You want to subscribe. We are still trundling our way towards 100K. At one subscriber at a time. So go on, go to the YouTubes and give it a sub. Why not? Okie dokie. That was from. Wait, that one was. Yes, from the A side. Now we're on the B side again. 38 of them. Let's see. 1D38. And it's going to be an 18. What do we got? Just a shadow game. That's all it is. Just a shadow game. Just a shadow game. Okay. What is this one? Hear me, pitiful mortals, for I shall reveal to you the path to true power. A demonic fusion of deck building, ritual duels, and roguelite. I speak of a realm shrouded in darkness where only the most wicked may thrive. Behold my masterpiece, Just a Shadow Game. This one's developed by Indie Lab, published by Soft Source. It's due to come out next year. Here, I'll let you watch the trailer while I go pee. Oh shit, I didn't put it back on the right overlay. My bad. My bad. Okay. Just a shadow game. Okie dokie, let's fucking play it. See what we like. See if we like it. Yeah, the two columns is A sides are suggested by the audience. B sides are ones that I had wish listed from the Summer Games Fest that I already wanted to give another look to. So that's why there's two sides. Yep, and demo suggestions if you want to put them in there. Yep. Have I played the Star Trek game yet? No, I have not. Shadow and his friends. English, please. Greetings, welcome to my game, human. Do you enjoy this humble demo of mine? I implore you, wishlist the game, spread my masterpiece. The more who witness my arts, the better I keep my promises. Protect your offering at all costs. Allow me to prepare the ritual first. Your turn. I drew 5 cards for you. You have 3 souls per turn. Cards require souls to be used. Now build your ritual with your cards. Okay. Altar of Bone. Deal damage 1. +1 attack per building around the structure. On Prey, birth a rat trooper. On Prey, trigger effect when something moves to it. Okay. Okay, we got 3 Altar of Bone and 2 Ratmancers. Okay. Choose a tile on your ritual to summon a building. Oh, one of these. Okay. Oh, right there. Okay, I see. Once the turn ends, both rituals are activated. Observe. The pagans activate structures with every step. Oh, okay, so it's an auto battler. Okay. Oh, when this guy moves to it, he goes around in a circle. I get it. Okay. Almost forgot. Right click on a card for more information. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Oh, the icons. Yeah, I got it. Right. Yep. I'm hovering over the goddamn icons. Oh, okay. Once I have to right click. Okay. Same goes for structures. Okay. That's enough talk. Mastery of these arts is not obtained through lectures but practice. Doing good, Alexandra. I'll just call it Alex. I'm doing good, Alex. Thank you for asking. Okay. Okay. Have you heard of a soccer team called Arsenal? Yeah, I've heard of them. A fine start. Don't forget your loot. Select your card. +1 summon for first building card in each hand or in hand each turn. Oneself to discard pile. Add a straw man to your hand. Or a bombard. Damage all in a 3x3 area. Oh, that costs 4. Jeesh. Jeesh. Big fan from Ireland. Watch all the time. Great streamer. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Whatever. I'm good. I'm gonna veto my own selection because it's a deck builder and I don't care to read the rules of every single fucking card because that's what you gotta do with a deck builder. So we're just gonna move on quickly from that one. 85 now on the A side. 57. Let's see. 57. Rune Veil. Is that a game that we want? Rune Veil. Let's try again. All right, 50 this time. Pogopa. What is that? P-O-G-O-P-A. Pogopa. Oh, Pogo Pa. Oh my God, it's a fucking Pogo game. Oh, good Lord. All right. In this funny and unconventional physics-based platformer, you help Grandpa conquer a treacherous mountain to rescue his granddaughter. Master the Pogo 3000 and Grandma's balloon helmet to reach the summit. This one is coming out in August, developed and published by Fabian Gainov. I'm not sure how to say that. Let's play it. Let's try it. Okay. So shift up. If you want to suggest a demo, go to my Discord and go to the demo suggestions tab. Put it there and it will be on the list. As you can see, I roll randomly, so it's not a great chance that it'll get played, but there is a chance. And it's a fair chance. Okay. Get this. Pogopa. There we go.
Hello,
Pyro
dudes.
the Beast. Thank you for the 21 months. Hello? I'm guessing this is a fucking controller game, but we'll see. Little monkey, is that you? Grandpa, how do I get down? Down from where? I went on an adventure. To the top of a mountain. My legs can't carry me that far. Grandma, get my pogo. Okay, pumpkin. Wait right there, little monkey. Grandpa's coming. Take this too. I want you safe. The balloon helmet. Okay. Oh, fuck off. I made that shit. What is marriage really like? A man brings his best buddy home from dinner unannounced at 7:30 after work. His wife begins screaming at him and his friends just sits and listens in. Wife, my hair and makeup aren't done, the house is a mess, the dishes are not done, I'm still in my pajamas and I can't be bothered with cooking tonight. Why the hell did you bring him home? Husband, because he is thinking of getting married and I promised him a demo. Ah, I get it, because it's demo days, I get it. God damn it. God damn it. No, the balloon hat actually really is a nice touch. To give you a little bit more like opportunity to save yourself. God damn it! Sicily! This game does not need more Buddha Berry. Nothing does. Thank you.
This game needs more Yule.
No, no, forward, forward, forward! God, I fuck up the easy part. Ugh! Frame rate's starting to get fucking fucky. What's going on with that? Oh, I've rage quit plenty of these games, plus Mackie. I don't usually play these games for very long. I'm just trying to get, you know, I'm still enjoying getting a handle on the, you know, physics of it. No. No, come on. You fucking bitch. Yeah, I don't know what the frame rate is tied to, but it's really having a struggle fest here. Nope. Come on, dude. Thank you, Vincent, for giving a sub to Pogo Enthusiast. Fuck it. And Genoksu. Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate that. Yep. Come on, man. Nope. Nope. You're going the other way. Going the wrong way. Yep. I just want to get to this next checkpoint. I'm pretty sure I can do it. Nope.
Bouncing up and down on a stick. Sounds like a good party.
Okay. Zuckus, thank you for the 154 months. And I didn't give you a proper hail there, Jinaksu.
Hail Brazil.
Thank you very much. Okie dokie. That was the, yeah, Pogopa, which was on the A sides. All right, B sides, 137. Who said 3 minutes? Nailed it? No, 11 minutes. 11 minutes. I gave it a fair shake. All right, 19 is looking for fail. I'm looking for fail and I found it. Okay.
Hey, it's fail.
It's fail.
Going to sound kind of strange.
Say it again.
It's fail.
It's fail. See, he doesn't even know how to pronounce it.
Hey, it's fail.
It's fail.
Going to sound kind of strange.
All right.
I think I got lost in the apartment.
Let me get this.
I don't know where I am.
Okay. Looking for fail. Hello, this is fail. Listen, this is gonna sound strange, but I think I'm lost in the apartment right now. I don't know where I am. Can you come and help me? This one was developed by Swing Submarine and La Poule Noire, Art France, and published by Art France. I don't know how to say that. ARTE France. It's got a release date of this year. This one looked neat. I'm excited to check this one out. Okay, what are the settings here? Subtitles? On, thank you. There you go. 150%, sure. Okay. Let's go. Art is a very big TV production company. Oh, is it? Okay, cool. I did not know that. Feeling stuck, putting your observations and thoughts down on paper could prove quite helpful. In demo versions, hints are not available in game options and your progress is not saved. Okay.
Hello, you have 2 new messages. Message received, Thursday, the 22nd of June 2023 at 13:58. End of message. Message received, Thursday, the 22nd of June 2023 at 20:57.
Hey, it's File. Listen, this is going to sound kind of strange, but, I think I got lost in the apartment. I don't know where I am. You think you could come help me? So, anyway.
Laters.
Later.
Later, Gator. Okay, here we go. Book deposit. Lord of the Phasmids, The Molt, Phasms, The Backpacker Guide Phasmida, The Phasm of the Opera, House of Fails, Chitons. Just in case. Dear neighbor, it is forbidden to install an electronic box on your mailbox. This constitutes damage to the common areas. Your landlord has been notified. Fucking bitches. Bienvenue. You can also notify the landlord to suck my balls, Mr. Garrison. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year 2019. Oh, fuck. Just about 30, huh? Are you gonna start talking about the good old days and complaining about the youth like Hervé? I'm sad you couldn't be here. Mom made her green pea samosas again, and Hervé opened up the oysters without hurting himself, so he didn't miss much. I got your presents with me. Should we try to meet up before next year? If not, I'll open them for you. Love ya, Sabri. Well, that's never happening. At least not for a couple years. Okay. Special offer. We have received your letter refusing our previous quote. Would a personal discount of 5% change your mind? Please find and close a new quote. This must be returned to us as soon as possible to benefit from this discount. Backgammon? Man, I haven't played backgammon in forever. I forgot how to play. My dad taught me and it was great. I enjoyed it. Vincent gifting a sub to Epic Fail, bruh. Hell yeah. Squeeze 6 lemons. Mix the lemon juice, mint leaves, and sugar. Leave in fridge all day. Add the sparkling water, orange blossom, and ice. It's the same lemonade we drank on our trip to Lebanon when you were 10 and you asked for months after we got back. Maybe we'll bring back some memories. Wow, no sink in the toilet, huh? Where do you wash your hands? You have to go out to the fucking kitchen to wash your hands? Vandal-proof box made composite material compliant with IP68 certification. Choose a code. Code box must be between 00099. It is recommended to choose a PIN code that you can easily remember, such as historical date or your date of birth. Choose your code according to your desired level of security. Wait a minute. Should I have done that downstairs? I thought I would have to find a code. Maybe I don't. Looks like this one's missing buttons. Yeah. 6, 1, A, B, C, D, E. Damn it! L's too many. Okay. So it says just about 30. No, where was that? Something with September on it? Fail 1999. Travel souvenir. Well, that bathroom has a fucking sink in it. Yep. So you can yeah, so you can wash your hands after you shower. That's nice. Elevator service. Condominium management will meet within a month to assign the elevator repair work to a new contractor. In the meantime, we ask that you refrain from sending us any further communication regarding this issue and for further attempts to repair the elevator yourself. Where was the fucking note? Okay, so that wood piece said 1999. That means he's born in 1989. I don't know if it's going to be that simple, but... Oh, that is it. Okay. Game leaf collected. Okay. Plug the game leaf on the docks and find a way to update the console's firmware. Okay.
Failing good about this one.
I'm
6.
feeling good about this one too, Howie. Thank you so much for the 5 years and a month. Oh wow, you can walk forward with just right click? That is very weird. Oh, there we go. Oh. What?
Take a look.
Okay, that's convoluted way to do it, but there you go. Socks with 34 months. Thank you, Socks. And if someone wants to link the Google Doc with my indie games on it, or my demos on it. I don't know if anybody has that. Thank you, Khalid. Oh. Okay. Shit. Boop-a-doo. What's this game's name? Upper left. Any indie day or demo day? It's yeah. I put the title in the upper left. Looking for file. Boop-a-dip-a-dip-a-dip-a-boo. Zeke, other than the obvious, what is one thing you would change about yourself? Having you as a viewer. I would like you not to be anymore. How's that, bitch? Fuck you. What's the obvious thing? What is it? What's the obvious thing? What are you trying to say? I'm too attractive? Okay. Part 1, Phasm. Oh, okay, so I need a different version to... Okay.
Hello? If anyone an apartment. Weird, huh? Morpheus? At Phasm? Then welcome. I'm in the office. My roommate is on his way. I hope be patient. We'll see each other soon.
Okay. What? Oh, someone feng shuied this up pretty good. Battery collected. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Oh, fail is leaf backwards. I just realized that. Like a leaf bug. Whatever those guys are called. Okay, they slide down. All right, all right, all right. All right. I don't even know what that did. The inputs on these are fucking weird, man. Sometimes they don't register. What up, Tyler the intern? How you doing? Game looks interesting. It is. It does look interesting. Yeah. I'm just afraid that I might be too smooth brain for it. Oh, hey, there's something up there. Look at this. Lord, pull it up. There you go. When Predator attacks, phasms stay still. Oh, phasm are the leaf things. Even a human being wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a phasm and a leaf, twig, piece of bark, or thorn, no matter how long they looked at it. If a phasm gets eaten, a bird can poop out the eggs, sorry if that's gross, which can still hatch. Phasms can reproduce normally or all by themselves. What I mean is that they're all female when there is no male around. For some species, there aren't any males at all. They all completely disappeared from the face of the earth. Phasms are insect-like pets. They have the appearance of leaves or sticks. In fact, they hide from predators, such as owls and other birds, lizards, or ants, by pretending to be part of the tree. As for whether they do this intentionally, no one knows. Writing exercise. Write a poem in the style of Desmoulins by Georges Perec. Wake up, grow, gush, give, free, fly, fall, sprout, be reborn. Grow tall, grow big, grow strong. Take in the sun, start over. Get fed up, move branches, drink, walk, eat, look for others, chirp, stop, give up, remake believe. B. You didn't understand the poem. Wake up. Come on and put a little makeup. Oh shit, it can come from, oh man. Okay. Well, this one has to come from the top. Or no, it doesn't. It has to come from the side. Fuck. Why doesn't this fall? Maybe it only falls if it's scraped off. And this won't work because it'll block up that guy. Yeah. Oh, no, damn it. God damn it. You can game my leaf, you bet, buddy. Huh. Oh, it stops right there? Oh, does it fall down? No, it doesn't. Oh, weird. Okay. Weird. It attaches to the black square. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay, so those pieces don't like move forward. So you go like this, and then oh, it's not even, oh my God, no. Okay. Yeah, there's no way to do that then. It seems like the only way to get two of the squares is to do one this way and then one like this or like this. That'll just drop right past it. Oh, it won't drop right past it. It'll just fucking stop. Okay, sure. Why not? I guess they stick too. The white squares are sticky, bruh. All right, there's one more of these, and it's right here.
I didn't take any notes. Nothing about my references nor my methods. Nothing at all. I'm no researcher. I jumped straight into testing with my old optical equipment, my old computer. I wanted to try things right away. I tinkered and built a transmitter, something pretty safe to begin with. And I saw. You understand? Now, I didn't get a result on the screen. I actually saw with my own eyes. But it's not enough. It's practically nothing. It's impossible to draw anything from it. I have to augment the wave frequency and the field of influence. I need to order more parts. A lot of parts. And the budget. I'll have to sell my collections.
Okay. Now we go see if that's there. A little bit faster movement speed wouldn't go unappreciated. I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking for here. Yeah, no clue. All right, you know what? I don't mind it. It's a fun little puzzle game. I just wish the movement speed was a bit faster. But other than that, I think we get the point, and I think we got a good taste of it. So, yeah. You're looking for File? Am I? Wow. Too bad Ko already found him. That's what Saku told me. All right, next one. 83 this time. 83. What do we got? 73. They Are Here, Alien Abduction Horror.
Hey, it's File. This is going to sound...
Okay. Let's go ahead. All right. A first-person alien horror that magnifies the intensity of 2000 psychological sci-fi thrillers. In this cinematic, story-driven experience, play as a local journalist, Taylor Fox, sent to investigate reports. Taylor Fox, like Fox Mulder, sent to investigate reports of terrifying events unfolding at a remote family farm. This one was developed by Deck Lazon, published by P-Cube. Q3 is the one it's supposed to come out. Check it out. All right. They are here. Okay. You know what? Fuck it. Whatever. I don't care. I don't care. Looks fine to me. Unexplained phenomena occurred at Grayswood Farm. On the night of August 7th, the Sherman family witnessed bright lights in the sky that moved at breakneck speed over the cornfield. The lights moved in random direction at different speeds. After a while, they vanished. This strange behavior in the sky is observed at the same time each night for 5 nights. According to the owner of the farm, all the animals went crazy. The dog became aggressive, tried to attack him, and bit him. The children complained that someone was walking under their windows. Farmer Peter Sherman himself in the field saw a strange figure that did not look like a man. What is it? Deliberate deception, drawing attention to oneself, or a sensation about an alien invasion? Journalist Taylor Fox travels to Grayswood Farm to take a photo and make a report for the local newspaper. Okay. Great material. Oh, Talbert, it's because I have a fan going. You probably hear it through the microphone. I have to have it going. It is fucking 90 something, like 100 degrees outside. So I try and limit as much fan use as I can, but I need it today. Mr. Fox, we made an appointment, but something bad happened. Our daughter went missing. My wife went to town for help. My son and I went to check out the farm. We'll leave notes for you and the police in case we pass each other. Be careful. Peter Sherman. Yes, I think I did play Catechesis demo. Sounds familiar. Did I not? Oh, is it on my list? Maybe it's just on the list. Oh, yeah, it's right there. Yep, still there. Not yet, then. Orange Willie gifting a sub to Sweaty Fat Guy. Thanks, buddy. Oh, it's not working. This old newspaper has information about UFOs and crop circles. These phenomena have been seen throughout the state for a long time. Why? I never knew about this. Members of the Sherman family. Sir, it has been a day. Please random me so hard, Zeconi Daddy. You got it. V Revolticon, and it's gonna be right here.
Hey, Patrick, what am I now?
Stupid?
No, I'm Texas.
What's the difference?
There you go. A little SpongeBob for you. Oh. Photo from the internet. Perhaps Peter Sherman saw something similar. It looks creepy. Found my old diary. How could I forget that? Today was the most exciting and scariest day of my life. I saw the aliens. My parents think I'm lying, but it's true. I was fishing from an abandoned pier on the river. Suddenly, I was deafened by a roar coming from behind. I turned around very low above the ground. A huge disc with 4 flashing lights or windows was hovering. I felt a punch that seemed to throw me into the air. I froze there as if in zero gravity. Everything around me became blindingly bright, and I seemed to lose consciousness. I remember seeing 3 aliens with gray skin and big eyes. I was placed on the table as if I was welded to it. They were standing over me. It seemed to me that they communicated with each other telepathically. Then one of them came over and did something to my head. I don't remember anything else. I woke up on the pier later that evening and barely made it home. My head was buzzing and I walked home as if in a delirium. When I got there, I found several cuts on my body and 2 small, very smooth holes behind my ears. What was that? I'm scared to sleep. I've learned a lot about these things. They are called the Greys. They are not little green men, but big, creepy, and dangerous creatures. Basically, they can be described in the following way. A large head, disproportionate to the body, no hair. Bottomless black eyes, gray skin, long, thin limbs. Their voices are like nothing else. These aliens are very aggressive towards people. It all starts with bright lights in the sky near home, which move along a certain way. Then people start to have a nosebleed, severe headaches, and a buzz in their ears. And animals start raging. Next, people start to have memory lapses. When they come back to normal, they find themselves in unexpected places. For example, in the middle of a field or on a road a few kilometers away from home. Some of them have flashbacks of terrible memories. People remember terrifying experiences. The aliens establish control over their minds, and this has affected their psyche. Also, they found the marks on the body, incisions to be exact. During palpation, it felt like something thick, like a foreign object moving under the skin. Looks like this drawing was made by the missing daughter of the farmer. The paper is painted on both sides. Oh, the gray man killed the puppy. Why would you do that? Such a bad man. And the photo, members of the Sherman family. This is my daughter's room. During the night, I heard a strange noise. When I came in, she wasn't in her bed and the window was wide open. I'm sure she was abducted by those things. Jeez, oh fucking, what the fuck?
Mel Gibson uses a Christian computer! Jesus is hacking with me! Jesus, take the keyboard! Oh!
Take the keyboard. Thank you, Spencer. Oh, you fucker. Fuck you. Oh, hey, there's more. Oh, that one's... Whoa! Shit, start, you fucker, start! Holy fucking shit! Remember, Commander, we're counting on you. This is important. This means something. Oh, well, there you go. Short and sweet. I love it. In the full game, you'll find the large territory of Graveswood Farm and a full story of an alien abduction. Add the game to your wish list. Don't miss a discounted release. Nice. I will. Boop. Nice work. Short, sweet, to the point. Good job. All right, that was They Are Here. Okay. And now we have B-sides, 136. Okay. $33. Looks like, there we go. And that's going to be There Are No Ghosts at the Grand. There are no ghosts at the Grand. Which one?
Welcome
This
to
one.
England, Mr. David. I know this must be a shock, having never met your real father, but he left you this hotel in his will. It's been in your family for generations, much like the caretaker. He's a little eccentric.
No, I rolled a 33 out of 36. No, it's a 36-sided dice.
Across the land, every room used to be in such high demand. Your wish our command. Here at the
Okay. Let me get this written down here.
Would you like some help with that?
There are no ghosts.
So my father was renovating the
At
hotel when he disappeared?
Not just the
Where?
hotel. He was helping the entire village. You have his power tools.
Okay, inherit a crumbling English hotel and restore it by day while battling ghosts by night. With a sardonic cat, a talking power tool, and a twisting supernatural plot, this is a musical mystery unlike any other. Will you be able to hold it together while everything around you falls apart? It's due to come out this year sometime later on. Developed and published by Sunday. Let's go. There are no ghosts at the Grand. There ain't no ghost at the Grand. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Yeah, this looked intriguing. The way you do or the I don't know. The mechanics of the game are like a mishmash of other shit that I played. But are we busting? Yeah, it starts as like a job sim. Yeah, exactly. If it's gonna play at all, you know. If it decides that it wants to boot up, hello? How long do we wait before we stop it and try to start it again? Is the game ghosting me? 1, okay. 2, we'll wait that long. 3, 4, 5, okay. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There we go. Wow. Perfect timing if it actually is booting up. So it is. Nice work there, Spence. You nailed it. The timing of this one totally makes up for the bad timing of the other one. There we go. And let me just see something here. Oh. No, if there was a way I could just copy this. Like, I just want to copy the texts on these, and then I can move them over to the C column so you can see what's been played. Oh, you did something already. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. How's that? Should I highlight it? I probably should like highlight it or something, right? There. Okay. All right, let's play the demo.
Well, hello there. I'm Robert C. McBrushy, your personal DIY assistant. It looks like you're about to start a demo of There Are No Ghosts at the Grand. Allow me to tutorialize you.
Please don't. I hate...
Alrighty then, let's get started. To select a weapon, simply press the button as shown above.
You know I could have figured that out.
Aye, well, we're on a schedule in this demo. Now to use your tools...
I point and shoot. The decoration list shows the tasks. The colors and icons show the tools that are needed.
Oh.
Aye, well, you forgot the scan button. Press that often. It'll show you what you need to do.
Oh, so they're purple color coded, so I know the purple gun is for picking up this shit. Okay.
Don't forget to scan often. Different tools will show different items. Remember, the color and icon of the task tells you which tool you need.
Yeah, where? Oh, they got it. Oh, just stay here. Okay. Okay, so stay here. And then... Is that not the... Oh, there's a color. Okay. Ah, okay. Oh shit, okay. Oh, I got a sandblast broken objects like that. Are they? Oh, there's, oh, these guys, okay. Okay, okay, so those are all done now. And now... There we go. All right, tidy the furniture, okay.
Ah, Mr. David, are you busy right now?
I'm in the middle of a demo.
Okay, well, drop it. I've got something else I need you on. Meet me outside.
I'm in the middle of a demo. Oh, this. Okay. There we go. Got it. Nice. Keister.
Wasn't interrupting anything, was I?
Just some onboarding. What do you need?
I think I've discovered where the weird black slime on the beach is coming from.
Oh, so you mean it's not leaking straight from hell?
No, I believe its origins to be quite terrestrial. Cramond Island, a tidal flat just off the coast, uninhabited, but it holds old installations from the war, including a fuel reserve.
Cramond Island is a whatever.
Hop on.
Okay.
You think old ship fuel might be left over and leaking into the sea?
Perhaps.
I was
Mixing
trying to
with
crash it.
Seaweed and
I don't know
dead
if you
animals,
can.
it could explain that weird goo without resorting to supernatural origins.
You know, I kind of like those supernatural origins.
Mr. David, there are no ghosts at the Grand.
No ghosts at the Grand. Yeah, I know.
Okay. Yeah, they made it Zeke-proof, unfortunately. Or maybe not. There you go. There you got a crash for you.
Well, the boat needs a few repairs before we can take it out.
Miss Green, I have no idea how to...
Well, hello there. It looks like you're about to renovate a boat. Would you like some help with that?
Sure, fine. Yeah, I would like some help.
That's grand. I've highlighted the items that need attaching to the boat. Use the furniture cannon tool to attach them.
So, are we cool now about me not giving up the Grand to the village?
No, Mr. David, we're not cool. Not even close.
It is my inheritance.
No, it's ours. You're just some opportunistic property developer.
Excuse me. Oh, that is
You drive. Enter
Okay.
the coordinates for the island and follow the headings. Always follow the headings or you'll risk hitting a sandbank.
There you go. No, don't pet him again. Where do I enter the goddamn coordinates? I think right here, right? Oh, there. Oh, God. Look. Gamers never look up. Gamers never look up. C3E5. Part of the Hatherton Estate, the island, Hatherton Estate, excuse me. The island was leased to the British Ministry of Defense during World War II. Today, there remain several structures in the islands open to tourists during the summer. Oh, there we go. Set sail.
Okay, we'll quickly do Kremen Island, then get right back to decorating the lounge.
Wow, this got some go.
Miss Green, I'm not a property developer.
Mr. David, you're an outsider. You don't understand. What you're doing is destroying the ground, not restoring it.
Won't you just take a look around and take in all the sights and sounds? See what's in front of you, it's clearer from a distance. 'Cause sometimes taking a step back can make a change in your perspective, even though your own beliefs can be persistent. You see this town is struggling, seems like it's barely holding on, locked in a grind against the tide that's never ending. And the sands beneath our feet are shifting faster as we speak, slipping away into the sea, but we're still standing. Although the water comes up to our knees, and the sails are torn asunder, with buckets filled with holes and no plan B, we build the water back into the sea, because for 1,000 years and more through times of war, strong and stood together.
When I, oh my God. Oh, she's singing. Oh my fucking God, she's singing.
Against the odds we persevered, standing strong throughout the years, through our own blood.
All right. Yes. Subtitles. Subtitles are on, apparently. Oh, wait. There we go. There we go.
The engine cut out. We're drifting.
We're close to the island. The currents will pull us in.
That fog came in fast.
Yeah, the weather changes quick round here. I guess you could call it mercurial.
Miss Green, I'm on your side.
Then why are you lying to me?
I'm not.
Uh-huh.
I want to help Miss Green. You don't know me.
I believe all the words that you speak, and I've heard them well enough.
So he sings it back. It is a musical. Fuck's sake.
I'm not one for giving up. I won't resign, and I couldn't just leave, and I'm not just gonna stop. The ground is mine, and it's my legacy, and so I won't be selling it. I know it's hard, and I know that it stings, but I won't trade this for trivial things. I'll do my part and unravel the strings down in the deep, deep dark.
Oh, he had his hands out. I thought I was
We
gonna
hit something.
Nice
do
driving,
something.
Mr. David.
Right there.
Bravo.
It wasn't my
Whoa!
fault. The singing distracted me.
Come on, well, at least you crashed into the right island, Mr. David. I'll get the engine restarted. You take a look at the hull.
Grab her titties, Purple Wing. Do I need to say it out loud? There you go. I was hoping that she would be like, oh, and he'd be like, oh. It would have been funny
At
to
least
me.
you crashed in the right island, Mr. David. God damn it, how am I supposed to fix the hull? I don't know.
Well, hello there.
Oh, shut up.
Righto. Don't forget to scan often. Different tools will show different items.
Oh.
Can I just say one thing?
What?
Well, your tools have different modes. To do some tasks, you may need to switch modes on your tools. That's all.
Oh, I'm okay. I sucked him up and now I'm spitting him out. Okay.
We just need to remove the goo that's holding the boat.
And then we'll find where the stuff's coming from.
Exactly.
Miss Green?
The engines are still off. I'm being pulled out by the current.
Bye.
Yeah, I can see that.
See you later.
Get back here.
Don't worry. The current will take me back to the bay.
Sure, that's great. But what about me, Miss Green?
Bye,
Miss
lady.
Green?
Nice butt.
God damn it. Don't look so smug. You're trapped here too.
Meow. Super Ito with 52 months. Thank you, Super Ito.
Well, hello there. It looks like you've been abandoned and left to die on a deserted island. Would you like some help with that?
This is bullcrap.
Aye, well, best make some shelter, I reckon, eh? It'll be night soon. And they mostly come out at night. Mostly.
Wait, what? What is it that mostly comes out at night?
Midges.
There it is.
Well, I'm gonna beat my meat.
There you go. I'm gonna beat my meat. Operations bunker, structure services operations headquarters for Cramon Island. Okay. However, remains powered and is occasionally used as a location for film and television. Open the vault door. B4 D1. Close. Oh, close. Ah, God damn it.
Aye, that's the one.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's a hard no from me. I'm not going in there.
Oh, it's just a dark and foreboding World War II bunker, full of rats, half-flooded, and in danger of imminent collapse. What's your problem?
Yeah, I'm gonna go find a vantage point and wait for the Coast Guard or something.
Oh.
Looks like I'm not the only one who's been here.
Aye, it's a popular wee camping spot.
Oh, no, don't fall. Don't fall off. No. Okay, it's back. Okay. Wilson! Wilson, I'm sorry. Guildless, thank you for 35 months.
WTF is this AO summary poo? Ezekiel_3 crashed the grand demo again, then relaunched into a new scene, sailing to a haunted island estate with NPCs who sing their dialogue.
Oh, thank goodness.
It's a musical, apparently.
Left to die on an abandoned island. Yeah, no, I'm great.
Don't be such a...
It's not bad.
I was drifting for hours before I got back. I'm calling you from a payphone.
Are you coming back for me, or do I have to swim?
Well, neither. At low tide, the island's connected to the mainland by a narrow causeway. They used it during the war.
Great. So when's low tide?
Early morning.
Morning?
You just have to stay the night. Honestly, I thought you Americans were made of tougher stuff than this.
Listen,
we are not.
We used to camp out there all the time as kids. Just watch out for the ghost of the pirate. Long John's spooky beard.
Well, there are no ghosts at the Grand, Miss Green.
You're not at the Grand, Mr. David. Sweet dreams.
Just need to find a room I can camp out in. This room should work after a little renovating. I said, it looks like I need to renovate.
Sorry. Was having a kip. Well, hello there.
It's fine. Sandblaster to destroy things, sprayer to wash and paint, furniture cannon to place things, and vacuum to, well, vacuum.
Hey, something's blocking the suction. Let me just... Son, I could weep.
What's
I'm
this?
so proud of you.
War Office reference. I don't know what that is. I didn't get a chance to look at it.
Please leave your message after the tone.
Hey, buddy. Listen. I think I found something useful. It's a British signal site from the war. But I'm looking at the logs, and they're not naval bands. They weren't tracking U-boats. They were listening to something. Something else.
Oh, wait. Oh, God, we gotta go with the fucking... Yeah, dude. Go with the Shining. That's a little much. That's a little much. Perfect. Oh, I need another one. Okay.
Cozy. You're really getting the hang of this decorating.
Hey, thanks.
Shame it's not the hotel lounge like you were supposed to. It was your only job, lad.
Oh, this isn't my fault. What's that sound?
Trigger the memory.
Hey, you ever been down in the back section? Past them fuel drums?
Not bloody likely. Locked up tighter than a naffy biscuit tin. They say it signals, but I've never seen a dispatch come out.
Looks like another one of those memory thingies. If you restore the missing item, the memory will play.
I thought these were only happening at the Grand, but it's spread to here too.
Use your furniture cannon to restore the missing objects in the memory.
I need him to say what he said again, though. Oh, there we go.
Bloody odd. A lot of secrecy over a signal station in the arse end of nowhere.
You seen the armory? Stuffed to the gills. They expecting Jerry to make landfall here.
Well, if they are, then I'll be a monkey's uncle. Nah. It's something else. Something they ain't saying.
Secret weapon, is it? Some kind of Jerry Buster?
Dunno. Well, the whole place gives me the creeps. Wouldn't catch me down there.
Wait, there's something back there.
Please be a secret door. Please be a secret door. Please be a secret door. Yay!
Oh, that smell. Miss Green was right. This stuff's all corroded and leaking everywhere. Yeah, this stuff's definitely World War II era. Looks like a listening post. Probably tracking U-boats. Man, this is real history.
Nerd.
Alfie, have a listen to this.
Why? Is it your sweetheart on the line? Tell her I'm busy.
No, you pillock. Seriously, have a listen to this.
Wait, these ones are red.
Try blasting or removing them.
All right, hand it over. Honestly, you bloody junior lot.
Well?
Quiet. Turn it up.
What the hell is that? That's not a U-boat.
Shut it.
I am ejecting. I am on the eject setting. Oh, I gotta select them. There's only one item there. Just auto-select it. Fuck's sake.
What the hell is it?
Oh, we're to inform that civvy. Lord, what's his name?
We're not calling it improper.
Just bloody do as you're told, lad.
What was that?
Hello? Wait, you have a motion tracker?
No, this is just a prop. I'm setting the mood.
Please turn it off.
10 meters.
Why?
8 meters.
Relaxing.
6
I'm
meters.
thinking it's got some
They're inside the room.
ASMR vibes, you know?
No. Please turn it off.
That was getting a wee bit intense.
Sicily giving a sub to Are You Bored To? What? Are you bored to what?
scared the out of me.
Sorry about that, mate. I'm just looking for the dunny.
Oh, great. And he's talking again. Just what I wanted.
What's wrong with a talking cat?
He doesn't talk to cats.
I do talk to cats. I just don't talk to the ones that talk back.
Just looking for the dunny.
You're making him uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're making me uncomfortable. Just stop talking. Just meow or something normal.
Meow.
So creepy.
I know, right?
It's fine. I'm not offended. You, find what you were looking for, boy?
I wasn't looking for anything.
Right. And I've never pissed in a boot.
Let's just get out of here.
Oh, fuck. It's right here. God damn it.
Finally. A way out. What the hell is going on?
I'd keep it down if I were you. Don't run. Don't touch them.
Why? Are they antiques?
Just follow me. Carefully.
Oh.
Oh, crap.
What happened? I didn't touch them. Oh, crap. Crap.
Nice knowing you, kid.
Well, hello there. It looks like you're about to be attacked by horrific beasts of unknown origins. Would you like some help with that?
Yes, I would like some help with that, please.
Alrighty then, changing modes. There's too many of them, son. We need to leg it.
We need to do what?
Run, boy! Run! They keep coming. They're not slowing down. Get back to the bunker.
Where the hell did that cat go?
Keep moving.
What the hell are these things?
Let's go, go, go!
They just keep coming!
Lad, you can't hold them off forever. Get back to the bunker.
And there you go. That's the demo. Pretty goddamn good, man. All right. Well, looks like, and I'm pretty sure since it was on the B side, I already wish listed it. Pretty sure. Yeah, already on my wish list, so we are good there. Cool. All right, there are no Ghosts of the Grand. Back to the A side, and it looks like we've got 82 of them. Let's keep going. 82. And it's going to be a 75. Tormentum 2. Okay. Okay. So let's shift up.
Welcome to England, Mr. David. I know this must be a shock, having
There
never
we
met
go.
your
Tormentum 2. All right. It is a dark, surreal point-and-click adventure where nightmare worlds, grotesque creatures, and uneasy choices await Inspired by H.R. Geiger and Zadislav Beksinski in the long-awaited return to Tormentum. And I played the first Tormentum. I don't know how long I played the first one.
But he left you this hotel in his will. It's been in your family.
Oh, 5.7 hours. I don't know if that was enough to finish it, but we did play it.
Much like the caretaker.
Okay, let's see here. Tormentum 2. Looks cool, man. If I played the first one, that means I played it for a full day, so that's pretty good. Oh no! Studios. Reality is that which, when you stop believing in it, doesn't go away. Philip K. Dick. There's a place where your thoughts completed my dreams, though darkness shrouds them now. An inheritance where our time is woven together, my dusk and your dawn. Find what will crown your work and cut you off forever from the world you despise. When your odyssey begins, find the chest. What divides us is sealed inside, and what binds us, find it. Go there before you forget completely. Before we begin weaving. That dream again. I can still feel the cold. And that vision of the chest. Why does it feel so real? I'm beat, but I can't stop now. Too damn close. Just a little longer. One last tweak. And it'll be perfect. Flawless. This is my sanctuary. My world. No stopping till Tormentum's done. Good morning, David. Today is May 12th, 2088. Contamination levels are above safe limits. Don't go outside without a mask. Reminder, the new processor for the central unit arrives today. Simulation status, unstable. Power depletion detected. Component required for system stabilization. I've cleared the balcony for landing. The courier will land shortly. Remember your mask when you go outside. You also have a meeting marked as important. The time has not been confirmed yet. Fresh clothes are on the chair by your bed. If you need anything, I'll be in the office. Have a good day, David. I need to sketch that chest, now while the memory is still fresh. If it keeps coming back in my dreams, it must hold some deeper meaning. That's a good sketch, man. Damn. Ivy's solid, old but reliable. Honestly, don't know where I'd be without him. I need to expand the system. The simulation is insatiable. It devours every bit of power I feed it. The courier is flying in with a new processor, but the coprocessor, I'm still waiting for a signal. That kind of gear, you only find it in the shadows, way past the law. The dealer was supposed to reach out today. I'll check my inbox. Port is used to refill the mask oxygen supply. Conditions outside aren't exactly inviting. I've seen better. Going out without a mask is too dangerous. Oh, there we go. Or not. I thought I had a mask on me. Before bed, I like to calm my mind with a good story. Philip K. Dick, Arthur C. Clarke, and Stanislaw Lem are the ones I keep coming back to. Not today. The city has nothing new to say to me anyway. Eat, drink, sleep. It's all wasted time. I could do so much more without these limits. Why hasn't humanity learned to break free of them yet? In 2051, the ghosts of September returned. A new date, the same ruins. History didn't just come full circle. It tightened a noose around the world's neck. People don't appreciate old books. For me, they're an endless source of inspiration. It's been hanging here forever. Grandpa swore he brought it out of a dream. He was so dead serious that as a kid, well, I believed him. Status report. The main unit on the lower level is still waiting for the parts. The processor delivery is delayed. Computing power is critically low. Attempting to start the simulation will result in a critical error. Since we're waiting, I suggest reviewing the notifications and the simulation status. All you need to do is log into the system. Today I'll delete the square-headed character. He's like a stain. His primitive nature threatens the stability of my world. Cube project character file. I'll take one last look. One of my first builds, a failed experiment and a real anomaly. Worse, he's wildly impulsive. Let him sit in the trash for now. A pause like that can do wonders for an algorithm. I'll deal with his look later. Maybe it's better if he rests in digital oblivion. More than a few of my ideas have ended up there, buried deep beneath the island. It's getting crowded down there. Oh, a message about the coprocessor. Finally, that's what I need. The simulation needs to move to the next stage, and I can never get enough computing power. Hello, sending over the photo. The model speaks for itself. Raw computing power, no chip. No cheap scripts. I've worn out. Alright, I'll reach out soon via comm. We'll sort out where and when. Monkey M. That mysterious seller is really going out of his way to stay anonymous. This whole thing feels off, but I can't walk away. Need that coprocessor. I need computing power, massive power. The new processor arrives today, but that coprocessor, that's the real key. These malfunctions never end. Now what? What broke this time? Could the power cell keeping the server room security system alive have run out? Without a working power module, I can't access a server room, and that's a problem, especially with the new hardware arriving soon. A power box in the elevator shaft? Who thought that was a good idea? Some genius must have called it brilliant design. The guard downstairs has to have an access card for the elevator shaft. I need to talk to him. Age is not a life sentence, it's a glitch in your DNA code. We fixed it. Youth in a jar. One application to erase it, a decade. Our experts didn't create a skin cream, they created a new skin. Don't hide your wrinkles, delete them. Your skin doesn't need to remember how old you are. If you're still afraid to take a deep breath in your own bedroom, you need the Axe 2200. This isn't an air purifier, it's a life support system. Eliminates 99% of toxins within 3 minutes of activation. Stop wearing a mask at the dinner table. Install clean air. Characters waiting in the trash, dormant, suspended, waiting on my decision. Okay. Stupid sexy demos. Yeah, that's right, Big Meat Sunday. I bought this at figure at a VR Expo in Hong Kong during the 10th edition. That was something. Sorry to interrupt, but the courier just arrived with the package. It's waiting at the designated spot on the balcony. This fight looks pretty even. In my head, it always ended in a draw. I've had these drawings since I was a kid. This one shows an escape from a Martian base. I can't even remember why I drew the aliens as bears. The clean water is running out. When I drew this, I never thought I'd be creating something so prophetic. I know I have a mask because I picked it up. Oh wait, do I just open this and then... Nope, I guess not. Reminder, the courier is already waiting with the package on the balcony. Do you remember? Yes, how the fuck do I put my fucking mask on? Well, that doesn't help. I mean, it is I for inventory, but apparently I have nothing in there. Come on, man. Yep, where is it?
Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on me.
All eyes on me. Get your fucking hands up. I don't have anything in my fucking inventory. I don't know where my fucking mask is. It was sitting right here on the fucking stool and now I can't put it on. I don't know what it's called. I think it might be Get Up or Get Your Hands Up or something like that. It's by Bo Burnham from the Inside Netflix special. Something popped up over his face, really?
Comfort bubble, comfort bubble, comfort bubble, comfort bubble, comfort bubbles in my mouth.
Sorry, that startled me and pissed me off. Assistly. But thank you for the bits. This shouldn't be like taking all of my fucking brain power to figure out how to put on the fucking mask, right? Like, I feel like a fucking dunce. Like, I don't know what the fuck is happening. See, I open my inventory and nothing comes out. There's a drawer I can open, for fuck's sake. I don't know why I moused over it. I just didn't see it, I guess. No, I swear I did that already. It just, I didn't notice. Ivy was right. The air today is thick. I'm starting to get used to it. A Vinculum Corporation delivery complete. Delivery logged 11:30. Total transit time 6 hours 50 minutes. Recipient scan identification confirmed. Please use caution when handling the cargo. Okay, thank you. With the coprocessor to give us enough computing power for a long time. It looks right, I'll take it. Thank you for choosing Vinculum Corporation. A positive rating in the system would be appreciated. I see you picked up the package. This processor should stabilize the central unit for now. You'll find the correct installation slot in the server room on the lower level. Warning, the access control system has malfunctioned. Entry may require manual override. A minor setback. Your intellect has handled greater challenges. Thanks. If I were you, I wouldn't wait for the elevator. It's stuck again in that damn alarm box. From what I remember, the power module is in the elevator shaft. The joys of old construction. It's damn hot in that shaft, and the access is terrible too. Last time they fought with it for days. I've already called maintenance, but you know how they are. They won't be here until the day after tomorrow. This building's a wreck. It's only going to keep falling apart. The day after tomorrow. I don't have that kind of time. I need to get to the server room and install the processor today. I don't care about the elevator, but the security system glitch locked the doors too. I'll figure it out myself, like Ivy said. It can't be that hard. The server room, behind that door is my life's work. Every second I waste is a risk. It's my way into the shaft. Locked. Needs authorization. More grifters selling spiritual awakening. People are so desperate in this concrete world, they'll grab any scrap of chaos. Anything just to feel alive. Pathetic. Figures. We have AI and androids, but some things can't be improved. Subtle. Come in, get devoured. At least they don't pretend it's safe. I respect the honesty. No luck. It's dry. Go ahead. The stairs are yours. At least they don't break in this place. Janitor probably dropped this. I'll hand it back when I see him. That's the price of this place. The server room has to be somewhere, even if the neighborhood is rock bottom. Must have messed something up, but would the right password even change anything here? Okay. Has to be another way. Filtration is running. In a few hours, the water will be usable, enough for a shower. Funny, I can create a virtual universe with godlike ease, and yet I'm still a slave to biology. Still Knox recommendation. Non-organic sleep disturbance detected. Night terrors, recurring nightmares. Dosage 1 pill per day. They say dreams help you work through problems. Well, my nightmares only make them worse. These pills guarantee nothingness. No dreams, just black. I need to be ready to function in the morning. No time to be messing around. Sometimes I wonder if I'm becoming a digital Victor Frankenstein, giving life to virtual beings. Project status summary. The island environment is active. Only a handful of thinking beings have appeared. The environment is stable. I've accelerated the flow of time. Critical errors have appeared in development. The island's population isn't growing. The beings are dying. No reproduction. The will to live is steadily declining. Some units are becoming aware of their virtual nature. This leads to destabilization and collapse. Development is stalled. We need a processor with higher computing power. Without it, we can't move forward. Older every day. Time doesn't slow down. Sometimes I wonder if I'll finish what I started. I swear I saw something in the reflection, like a face, not mine. I've had this feeling for a long time, like my reflection blinks faster than I do, but what I just saw, I really do need to rest. Good electrotape is still the go-to fix. My chemical fuel, more than once they've kept me from falling apart. I'm still holding together for now, but it's good to know they're right here. How long have we been on this one? I want to say like 30 minutes. The key to my mind, it maps my thoughts and feeds them straight into the simulation. Fucking Christ, man. Oh, there's a fucking down. Sheesh, I didn't even see there was a downstairs. There we go. Standard cell still might work. Might still work. No idea why I need it yet, but power's power. I'll take it. Some kind of teapot, old junk, but it still works. Maybe I'm half blind, but I'm not deaf. Get out! Here, every step you take, better get lost. Nothing interesting, just flickering noise nobody even notices anymore. Purple demon's mocking me. Great, there goes the plan. Pressing this button is like knocking on Hades' gate. Of course, nobody opens. Just a pile of old ads. I should check them more often. Putting me to sleep. It is putting me to sleep with its slow pace and its calming music. So we're gonna try one more before the day's done. And are we rolling on my list? Yes, I believe so. Yeah. All right, 1d35. Let's see what we get. 23. Murky. Okay. What is murky? Oh, this one. A bizarre narrative adventure where you cast spells, manipulate time, shift between parallel realities to escape a collapsing world. This one looked really weird. Developed and published by Mecha Studios. TBA on the date. Okay, let's check it out. Oh, controller. I have one. Thanks for playing the demo. Don't forget to share your feedback. Hey, Pumpkinhead, are you okay? Poor thing, you've been staring into nothingness for a while now. Whoa, what? Where am I? Who are you? What's going on? What happened to me? Easy there. Breathe in, breathe out, Pumpkinhead. The real question is, how are you going to get out of here? Lucky for you, I can help with that. I'm kind of a big deal around here. A powerful sorcerer, you know. That's right. I've got a cauldron, magic spells, all the sparkly nonsense you'd expect. Hee. Anyway, you want to go back to wherever you came from, right? Yes, please. Alright then, all you need to do is bring me one special ingredient so I can cook up a spell for you. You'll be back in no time to keep doing whatever boring thing you usually do. Probably doom scrolling all day, huh? What was that? Oh, nothing, just wizard talk. Now behold, I've used my incredibly condescending powers to transform you into a low-level sorcerer. You'll be able to cast spells and do magical stuff. Very, very weak versions of my magic, of course. Now use this pathetic magic to fetch me a flower. Wait, you're so powerful, why don't you get it yourself? Duh, I'm very busy, can't you see? Fetching random garbage is clearly beneath me. And again, who are you? Still not important. But if you must call me something, Master will do. Now go fetch me the flower I need and I can help you get back to wherever you came from. Okay, where am I supposed to find this flower? Dude, come on, I'm trying to keep this introduction short. I don't want people getting bored of the game even before the game even starts. What people? What game? Can you at least show me how to use this magic? Oh, that would take forever. Just grab the spellbook, poke around a bit, and cast whatever you need. Honestly, it's really not that hard. What spellbook? Geez, the one I just... Wait, where's the spellbook? Oh boy, no way, I've lost it again. Oh, this can't be happening. Sigh. Oh, you should have seen your face. You really thought I lost this book? Ah, so naive. It was totally intentional. This is your training quest. Go and fetch me my magic spellbook, will you? It should be lying around somewhere. Alright, I guess I can take a look around. Attaboy, now go! We can't keep this epidemic. Fucking go! Oh. Hold up. Is that a plant? Could it be related to the flower I'm looking for? It's a bit dry. No way I'm touching that thing. Really? Okay. Shows how much time you've got left each day. Okay. Well, it also lets me keep an eye on what you're up to from here. Wait a minute. Oh no, I totally messed up. I didn't even notice how late it is. It's already the third day. Hurry up, the day's almost over. Wait, what? No time to explain. Run, grab my spellbook while you're at it. What's happening? I don't think I can even run in this body. Yep, I'm fucked. Sorry, Pumpkin, I tried, but it looks like the final day is done for. What are you saying? It means this is the end. Game over. Everything will soon start crumbling into pieces. Well, this can't be happening, but it is. Relax. Don't give me a look, Pumpkin. Really think I let it end like this? Just use my incredible magic to give you another chance. Hang on tight. Time to rewind it all. See you earlier. Oh, JJJ, it was great. I had a blast. I got drunk. I watched some football. It was awesome. Who's playing today? Anybody? Anybody still playing on the schedule today? I know it's a bit late in the day, but just curious if there's any football matches I should be watching. Not a fan of physics. Spellbook or items, whatever. Listen carefully. Every object you collect in the world. Oh, Canada is destroying Qatar? Okay. Mexico versus South Korea. Should be a good time. Okay. In your inventory forever, even if you travel through time. Oh, well, that sounds useful. Travel through time? Is that what happened to me? Yes, exactly what happened. You whine a lot. You only have 3 days to solve everything and escape the place before everything collapses. And it magically took you back to day 1 before you pooped into dust. 3 days? That's it? Yep, designed it myself. Trust me, it's for the best. Chapter 1, Water, and its endless motion. So this magic Pokemon maybe comes with instruction, or I'm just supposed to wing it. Here they are. They're actually readable. Nice. Okay. You can use time magic anytime. You can rewind only back to day 1. Rewinding resets all completed events and objectives. Collected items stay with you after rewinding. Oh, okay. Hold the spell button when the spell button. Oh, when the spell button auto targets something. Okay. There we go. Stop it! Okay. Well, won't this be enough? Supposed to find out tomorrow. Oh, okay, so I gotta... Hello there, young lad. I've seen you around before. Silence! Trying to conjure kiddo think of starting a new food business, but I haven't quite nailed the idea. Any suggestions? You don't really look like a thinker to me. What did I do? Oh, I'm trying to think. Okay, so I didn't do anything. Yes, I'm playing it with the gamepad. Thank you. Oh, it's like the developer's still working on it because it's just a demo. Okay. Oh, you just stop. And it takes you to... okay, fuck you. What's your deal? Assume we're brothers? I'm sorry, you're right. I shouldn't, are you? We are, but still, it's rude to assume things. Okay, that's not creepy at all. You finish each other's sentences. I bring you some food, can I pass? Not a chance. Why not? Because there's nowhere to get. What do you want? Okay, what do you want? Something crunchy and salty. What's wrong with you? Oh. Okay. Wait, am I not doing it? Feels like a non-ending party of indie games right now. You goddamn right it is. Tell your friends. Tell your enemies. Tell your mama, your grandmama. Yikes! Yikes, what in the world was that? What are you doing? I just got, I thought I had to poke with everything to keep the story moving. Sure, but come on, use some common sense. You really think pouring water in an electric gizmo is a good idea? Wait, the thing's electric? What gave it away? Maybe the giant flashing yellow sign with a huge lightning bolt? Okay, I won't touch with water again. Oh, okay. Yeah, shut up. Okay. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. Okay, here's another way I haven't gone yet. Okay. What do you think you're doing? Don't you realize my spells won't work on me? Water? Seriously? I'm already swimming like a fish in this cauldron. Hurry up and bring me my ingredient. What am I fucking doing here? Do I only get the water spell? I know I need the ingredient, but I need to wait till tomorrow to get this flower. I guess I just wait. I don't want to turn it dust. It's already gonna be fine. It's on with you, yeah. What? Oh, nothing. Paper's already there, just stuck together. Let's open your spellbook, see what you got. Okay, my incredible magic. Okay. Only a wizard of my caliber can wield it safely. Okay, what is it? You can use this page anytime. You don't need to wait until the end of the day to skip into the next one. Or return to the beginning of the day whenever you like. If you travel back in time, everything will reset. Okay. There. Next day. Perfect. Maybe we need something else, not just water, huh? Oh, this guy has an idea, right? Okay. Need some seeds, okay. How about corn? We're supposed to find corn seeds. Well, you're a corn, shouldn't you know? Corn seeds, bah! Cerber with a 101, baby. Thank you, Cerber. Yeah. Well, shit. No, that didn't help. I need fucking seeds for this guy. And, like, doing a spell on him doesn't do fucking shit. It does fuck all. And these guys, like, don't give a fuck about, like, I'm just using water magic on them. Yeah, see? There's an arrow pointing down, yeah. But it's if it's filled in red, that means it's not in the demo. Yeah, see that area? It says it's supposed to be an exit, but it looks strange. Not finished. It's like a demo. Yeah. So that's what that is. No, it's okay. Babe, I get it. Alright, I guess we'll see if anything's different on day 3. Oh, hey, look. There we go. How much fertilizer do you still need the seeds? Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. So I just have to wait for him to give up. Okay. 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 Oh, I gotta do this. So day 1, I water. Day 2, I fertilize. Day 3, I pick flower, I think. Oh, there we go. We just have to, okay. There. There. Yep. Got on my hand, even though I know I totally smell how awful this is. Okay. Hope it works. Okay. I feel bad for picking it. Okay. Okay. Found the special ingredient. Can I go home? Whoa, not so fast. Entire speech for the moment. At least you can do is let me finish it. Fine. Okay, let's pretend you just walked in. Hi, I still can't believe it. Even after watching you all, you actually brought back the special ingredient. So tell me, what did you learn? Supposed to learn something? I don't know. You tell me. The whole thing is yours after all. What's that even supposed to mean? Anyway, please, can you, great wizard, help me get out of here? Nobody likes to suck up, but I'll allow it. Hand me the flour. Let's toss it in the cauldron. Give a little shake with my feet, and there we go. Take a sip. Yo, what the heck? I'm not drinking that. All right, then. Guess we're staying here forever. You're just messing with me. Haha, of course I am. But you still have to drink it. Just give me the spoon already. Hey, are you still with us? Delicious. What is this place? It feels so white, bright, strangely familiar. I can feel the river of time flowing through me. All the joy and all the sorrow circling endlessly. There's nothing I can do to stop it. All I can do is drift along, letting the current carry me forward. And that feels right. Hey, Pumpkin, are you there? What, Master? My boy, yes, it's me, your master. Ha ha ha. I'm so glad you got it all right. Really, truly, ha ha. Ahem, because, I need you to, get me out of here. Ha ha. I'm glad to see you too. So how do you feel? Did it work? I'm not sure. I feel better, I guess? Okay, that's fine. The spell didn't fully work because we're still here. Ha ha ha. But thanks to the flower you brought, I can recreate a special page for the spell book. Now you can use the fire spell. Okay, yeah. And then I burn the branches, the brambles, and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, life is good. There it is. Murky. That was the last demo for today. Nope. Don't do that. There we go. Okay, that is gonna do it for today. We got 2 more full days of indies, or of demos, and did any stand out? No Ghost of the Grand was good. Let's see, what else was good? Cosmic Fear has potential. Trine 6 is another Trine game. If you like Trine games, it's really good. Light of Atlantis was a nice short 20-minute demo, which was cool. Had some neat ideas with puzzle solving and stuff. Warhammer Bolt Gun, really solid retro looking pixel FPS. Outfishing is the one that I'm really excited about. For some reason, Outfishing was probably my favorite of the day. The fishing mechanic was good, but also there's something to keep you busy while you're, figuring out the mystery and stuff. It's got a good mechanics. I like it. So that was probably my favorite of the day, was Outfishing. Yeah, very Twin Peaksy. Yeah. All right. Yep. But I'm out of here. I'm fall asleep because it's so fucking warm here. Texas had a heat wave warning today, and my air conditioner is doing its best, but it's still like 80-ish degrees probably in here. So I'm just like, ugh. All right, but I'll be back tomorrow with more demos, baby. Hope to see you here. And until next time, y'all.
For all the Viper Seekers, and for all of Zekonia, this is me, Zeke, saying,